So welcome to San Mateo County Coastside Design Review Committee meeting today. The Design Review Committee, as established in the zoning regulations, is appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Today is Thursday, August 11, 2022. This meeting consists of a total of 5 projects. This meeting is being audio recorded. There are 2 opportunities for the public to speak, including the oral communications for matters not on agenda and the separate public comment session for each project on the agenda. Please review the agenda to identify which item you wish to speak on and the time of that item. The chair will open public comment sessions during the public comment period and for each item on the regular agenda. I will first read comments received before the meeting into the record. Then I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on that agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press star 9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please note that members of the public must wait for my prompt in connection with each agenda item before using the raise hand function. For example, you cannot raise your hand at the beginning of the meeting for an agenda item that's later in this meeting. When you hear your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to unmute your account and inform you that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name, address, and email address for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing star 6 will mute or unmute your microphone. The Design Review Committee's decision for item 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 today, if any, will only be recommendations regarding project compliance and not the final decision on the project. The decision of which will take place at a later date. Depending on the scope of changes, continued projects may be placed on the next month's agenda if revisions are submitted to the county by the end of business day, August 19th, 2022. Applicants should note that continuous letters may not be available by that date and are encouraged to take notes of the committee's feedback. The next Coastside Design Review meeting, the Coastside Design Review Committee's meeting will be held on Thursday, September 8th, 2022. Item 1 on agenda is a roll call. Give me one moment. I just saw one of our members of CRC, Doug Machado, is joining the meeting. I'll promote him to a panelist. Let's give him a second. Okay, Doug is here and we can start a roll call. Katie Kostyuk.
Here.
Rebecca Kacken.
Present.
Beverly Garrity.
Here.
Doug Machado.
Here.
Mark Stackmeyer.
Present. The key.
John Statman. Not here. And our the last CRC member on the list is Ms. Patterson, Linda Patterson. She's connecting to the meeting. Let's give her a second. Hi, Linda. Hi, Linda. We're doing a roll call right now. I'm going to call your name.
Here I am. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll call your name and if you're here that can say present.
Okay.
Linda Patterson.
Present.
Okay. Okay, with that, I turn it over to the chair.
Okay, so we changed a little bit of format. Hi, everybody. How's it going? So we kind of changed to a minute sort of a chair report, and I'll try to run through and try to any assistance will be greatly appreciated. But anyway, so the first item on the old business before the old business is the resolution that we vote for, that we vote in favor or vote for the online meetings. So I think that we should do that now. But my one of the concerns is that I think that we should be voting for the next week, not for this week, because we're already in this meeting, so. Right? Is that how it goes? Because that's not how it reads.
Yeah,
Glenn.
yeah, I guess.
Well,
that's-
it's just a policy that we would agree to
Right. each
for
time, but I was just-
everything,
uh-huh,
every meeting.
okay.
that
Yeah,
now-
that is a good clarification though, Glenn. Can you tell us when we're voting on that? Are we voting for approval to have the next month's meeting be virtual?
Yeah, I think that should be a right practice, and I will get some clarification from our administrative staff and Camille. But for this time, I think we should do a vote and for the next meeting, for the next virtual meeting. Yeah, so I'm going to do a roll call, and if you agree that we can have the next meeting held virtually, then please say yes. Katie Kostyuk,
Yes.
Rebecca Ketkin,
Yes.
Beverly Garrity,
Yes.
Doug Machado.
No.
Okay. Linda Patterson.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And now I turn it over to the chair. I think the next item on the agenda is the chairperson's report.
Okay, well, but just with the old business of July 14th, starting with that and cleaning up some of these things, the demonstration of scale, it's been shelved by the planning department, and I just want to, at each meeting, kind of bring it up and see if we can find out where it is, kind of prompt Glenn to see if there's a date or time or year that we expect that to be revisited. A lot of time was put into that, and to the disappointment of many people, it was put on the shelf. So that being that, and then so with that, we're also then following then the link is on there from the demonstration of scale, follow the May 8th, 2020 standards that we have for that demonstration of scale. I have to read it before I say it. Demonstration update. Oh, then so also then with when we have 3 or demonstration, let's see, so design standards update as being run by Camille in the case when we have 3 or less design review cases and hearings. So there's none of that today. 2 hours was done last week or last month. CDRC positions, recruit and recommendations from anybody. I think I maybe have a alternate architect coming, maybe, but it's my son. So takes a lot of arm twisting. Doug Machado is a new El Granado representative. I don't know if that was clear before, and I'm the new chair. Oh, the quorums. I don't know if we're still repeating this, but anyway, quorum is, so when there's missing representatives, when a representative is available for a particular community, is not available for a particular community, the nearest rep from that adjacent community will make up the quorum. Or more than one, I suspect, which I didn't know. So I probably will write that in the next one. Code enforcement from here on is, you can only go through, it's Don Sullivan, I think. I can't remember his first name now, but at planning and code compliance, I put a link on there so people aren't coming to us with concerns, and we're not the police or the enforcement any longer, if we ever were. And last month's case, PLN 2022-00010 was heard and approved unanimously with conditions of approval. And I have new business. Who's the new long-term planner, Glenn? Do you know?
A new long-term planner.
Yeah, I think Melissa is gone, right?
Yeah, Melissa is no longer with the county. And now I believe the county has started a recruitment for a new planning services manager. but that's still in process.
Okay. I'll check with you next month, because that's kind of who's in charge of the those agenda items. Is that correct? Like the story polls and
That would be I could be wrong, but the person in charge of the story poll policy, that should be the launch planning manager. I'll get some clarification to see who's in charge in the meantime, and I will provide the CDRC with an update soon.
okay. Thank you. Then I had a few proposals, and I just threw these out because I didn't give anybody a chance to add anything to it, but the amount of project today is going to be one of those days that likely is going to go late. The amount of projects heard by the CRDC, and Glenn, do you have anything? In my opinion, it should be no more than 4 at 1 hour apiece, but
Yeah, I believe 4 is a reasonable number. So this time I would like to hear from all the CDRC members. And now once I gather comments for like feelings about a number of projects, that now I can meet with Camille and discuss this later. That now we can circle back with you probably next time to see if we can have a policy or have like a informal rule. So I will need to gather information today. That ask Camille.
Are we having open discussion?
yes.
Okay, I agree, Mark, 5 feels like a lot, and like specifically today, I have a hard stop at 6, which is gonna be really challenging. I would love for it to be a maximum of 4 projects. The only question I would have kind of going the other way is having a project that was submitted in time to be reviewed today, but wasn't because there were too many and is kicked to next month. I'm wondering, I don't want to create a backlog for applicants. I'm wondering if we can get like some data from the county on how often we're fully booked at 5, or how often we have 4. Just I don't want people to have to wait too long, but 5 is a lot to get through.
I heard earlier that there was actually 7 or 8 people that were ready. I think.
Yeah, so this process kind of, I would say, I'm not sure if that's the right word, it's kind of unusual this month. We got a total of about 7 agenda requests this month. I think maybe just one time thing. And if you I've been the design officer for the last about 5 months. And normally we have an average of 2 to 3 projects. So that's the average. So this month is just busier than normal. So I believe it's not something usual. So and also, so I would like to hear more from like from the CDRC members.
Yeah, I share the same kind of thoughts that Rebecca had. I think that on a day like today, 5 definitely feels like a lot, particularly, if we're talking discussion wise, items that are a new agenda item are most likely going to take longer than a continuance. So I think that when we're looking at, possibly creating or modifying the policy on how many we review in one day, we could consider, if we would allow more than 4 if they were continuances, or if we want 4 to just be the number. But I think that another thing that's going to be really important, and unfortunately, Glenn, this is going to be on you, we need somebody to really be holding everybody to the time limits. So when we have public speakers, we need to limit. I think we had discussed previously 3 minutes per speaker. But I think that if we give too much time for public comments, a lot of times we end up having information that's reiterated that has already been read in the public comments, and it's not really the best use of everyone's time. Another thing that falls more so on the committee, and I think that we're generally pretty good at identifying this, but if there's a project that we see has a lot of areas where it's not conforming with the standards, and we kind of know that it's not something we're going to be able to approve that day, I think that we should try to be very strategic about how we're structuring the feedback that we give. Maybe not getting into too much detail if there's going to be a lot of changes that are needed, but giving them overall big picture feedback on what's not complying with the standards, what we need to see. Because we have had projects where it seemed like the applicant was really trying to find ways to get through conditioning everything in the hearing. And I think that we have allowed that to go a little too far down the road in a few instances. So if we can try to kind of be a little bit more concise and thoughtful about the type of feedback that we're giving when a project is not meeting many standards, that could probably help us stick with the time limits that are in the agenda also.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Katie.
Really?
So I think this affects the two architects and the chair more than anyone else, because it's the overall duration of the meeting. And I agree with all of Katie's suggestions, and yes, Rebecca's concern about backlog of projects. I'm not really sure how to measure that. This has been a unique time in these past few years. Yeah, there were moments in the past, the way past, where we had to have a second meeting
I was wondering.
because of the density of applicants. That's rare, a rare occasion. I don't know if the two architects and the chair would prefer adding a meeting in the case of a backlog or extending a meeting.
How did that work in the past as far as scheduling? Was it something that was identified when the agenda was being formulated, haha, I'm making up words, formulated or created?
A special meeting was created.
Right, and it was like, maybe the third Thursday of that same month or something? How did that work out? What was done previously?
It was at the meeting when it was clear that there was an overload of projects. It was at the meeting before the special meeting.
So you just had the meeting a week later?
It wasn't a week later, no, it had to follow the same constraints.
Of public noticing.
Timing and noticing. Right.
So it would have to be probably a minimum of 2 weeks later, right, Glenn?
Minimum, yeah.
Yeah, minimum 2 weeks. And I think 2 weeks may not be enough. It may be 3 weeks because staff need time to prepare agenda, and our agenda and materials need to be reviewed by supervisors and director. And also our administrative staff need time to post notices and send out notices. So it may take time. So that will be, we can discuss that next time in a separate discussion. And now I
don't know if it's even
Possible.
of interest.
Yeah, I understand that may be an option. So next time, Camille and I may be able to provide more information on this to see whether this is a feasible option.
Well, if it were an option, would the architects and the chair be interested in that?
Yes
Yeah.
and no. I mean, one almost full day professionally a month is a lot for us to give up as far as lost income and productivity. But and at the end of the day, I definitely empathize with the backlog because I've been impacted with my projects as well. And I definitely share that frustration where, it ends up being a really lengthy timeline to get a project through. But then we also, I feel like a lot of that is sort of what's happening behind the scenes at the county with turnover and backlog. And, particularly in my experience, the drainage reviews, the backlog was really long and we weren't able to get resubmittals or comments clarified in time. And I think that the issue of projects being ready to get on the agenda is partially what's happening behind the scenes, because the last few months we've had light agendas where we've only had 1 or 2 items, and then all of a sudden you've got 7 that are ready. So I feel like there's something, a little earlier in the pipeline that could be happening to help prevent that kind of backlog. I definitely prefer not to have these meetings that go, really late into the evening, but it is also, I know that we're talking sort of a special occasion of once in a blue moon, possibly having a second review date, but it definitely does impact us as professionals because we're essentially, volunteering our time and missing a day of work.
Would it help to break up the meeting?
I don't think so.
If anything, I would prefer them. I mean, I think we used to have some that even started as early as 10:30, didn't we?
We had, an 11:30, we had a special meeting for other issues that started at 10:30. Yeah.
Yeah, my personal preference for whatever it's worth would be on the meeting agendas where we know we've got a lot of items or there is a backlog, having them start earlier in the day and still have it just be in one day, because the first half of the morning, you know, obviously we're brushing up on the review of the projects and everything, and we would have to push that to a different time. But, you know, as far as the dedicated time in a public hearing, having it all be in one day and just starting earlier would be helpful. I don't know, Rebecca, if that's helpful for you.
I agree, yeah. I mean, going to 2 days doesn't feel like it would work for me. And I know, especially because you have a young kid, the timing is more important for it to be earlier than later. I'm flexible on that, but yeah, I think starting earlier is better than adding another day. And I think it's okay, you know, if applicants sometimes have to wait until the next month to get on, even though they're ready. I just wouldn't want to think that we were impacting the rate at which that happened dramatically.
Yeah, I think now, so just time check, we're at 12:56, and so I just wanted to say that now I just gather information, and this is the first time in the last 5 months. So I will keep monitoring and see if that becomes a pattern that we have like more than 4 projects a month. And at the same time, I will work with Camille to see to gather information and prepare for any changes.
Because of the time, I'll just skip the next 2 items and put them on for next month. And call for an approval of the minutes.
I'll second that.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Katie Costi,
Yes.
Rebecca Gacken,
Yes,
Beverly Garrity,
Yes.
Doc Machado.
I don't see him on here anymore.
Okay, you got disconnected. Linda Patterson.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, and now the next item. Okay, the next item is project item number 1.
Next item is public comment.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah. Oh, sorry about that. That's oral communications. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're now opening for public comments for oral communications for matters not on the agenda. If your hand is raised, your name will be called for this item. I will lower your hand. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone, please press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Okay, I don't see any hand raised. I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others that would like to raise their hands to speak on this item. Okay, there are no more raised hands. Please, Mark, please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
Oh, I see. I'd like to close public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll take the chair from you, Mark, and go on to the Moss Beach project that's slated for 1 p.m. Do we have the attendees, Glenn?
Yes, they're in the waiting room. And I've allowed them to talk. Okay, I saw the owner just joined us, and also the architect, the project architect, Mr. Love.
There it is.
Hi, Ed, you're on mute.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Mark.
Is
Hey,
it
Ed.
Bill Nowatzki?
Present.
Okay, all right, I'll begin. Owner, William Nowatzki, applicant Ed Love, file number PLN 2021 00426, a location 141 Arbor Lane, Moss Beach. Assessor's parcel number 037123710. Consideration of a design review recommendation for the construction of a new 635 square foot second story addition to an existing 2,450 square foot one-story single-family residence on a legal 10,635 square foot parcel associated with a hearing level coastal development permit. The project includes no grading and tree removable. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. A planning commission public hearing will take place after August 11th. The project is appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Application deemed complete June 30th, 2022. Project planner, Sonal Garwal, SAGGARWAL at smcgov.org. William and Ed, your committee consists of myself, Beverly Garrity, and the two architects, Rebecca Chatkin and Katie Costier.
Hi there.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
Who is giving the presentation today? Is Ed offline? Glenn?
Mr. Love just got disconnected. Give me one moment. He's here in the waiting room, and now I just sent him an invitation to talk. Ed, please accept the invitation. Okay. Ed is here. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Bill's here too, and he can chime in,
Right.
kind of run through it very quickly. The Nowotskis wanted some more space in their house. They have an elderly mother, I believe, who's maybe going to be joining them in the future. So Bill and Becky thought it would be a good idea to have a nice master bedroom suite on their house, which the present one does not have the usual ensuite as we know it nowadays. So we decided to put a partial second story on it, similar to 5 other houses on Arbor Lane that have had second stories. One of which we did right across the street from Nowotski's years ago. And as you can see from the plans to get to it, there's a spiral staircase that goes up at the back corner of the garage off of the living room up to the master bedroom suite. And deck on the back and a small deck on the front. And that's pretty much it, pretty straightforward.
I was just curious, Ed, there used to be constraints on spiral staircases in the past. Are there still constraints for that?
Well, a 5-foot diameter is code compliant. I don't know what the constraints were, but they've had the 5-foot diameter one, the code compliant one, for quite a few years.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they're permissible.
Pardon?
Yeah, my understanding is they're permissible. It's just a question of diameter.
Yeah.
Iron Shop down in Southern California came up with the code compliant one, but a lot of other people make them also.
Yeah. All right. So do we have any questions?
I have just a couple. Are you proposing to replace the garage door? It looked a little different in the new rendering, but I couldn't tell.
Oh, I don't know. We didn't I don't think we've talked about that. Bill, you gonna replace the garage door?
No,
for any reason?
I noticed that this morning. I think Andrew, when he worked up the plans, the windows look a little different, but we
Yeah.
weren't planning on changing the garage door now.
Okay. And then, the other question is just, I saw that there were some comments from neighbors about, the deck, and I wondered, let me see if I can do a screen share. I just wanted to get oriented. Is the view out the front over the garage, the primary view?
So Arbor Lane dead ends with a cul-de-sac at the ocean, and the neighborhood HOA as a whole, we all own part of that lot, and so that lot's supposed to remain an open view. And in fact, there's an open view down the whole street from Highway 1, which, you know, we had to make sure we were in compliance with that view restriction. And
I'm
what
sorry
we
to
would like,
interrupt you. Which view or which parcel does everybody own that is supposed to remain undeveloped?
I'm gonna try to screen share. Are you guys seeing this?
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
Okay, so this is the cul-de-sac you're talking about,
yes,
and this is your property, and the view is
Correct.
down this way?
yes.
And then what's the view this way out towards the front?
All we can see are houses, as Ed indicated. House across the street has a second floor.
Mhm.
And we do not have any view of the ocean from there. There's between us, there's 3 or 4 houses and quite a bit of land to the ocean. In fact, you can't see it on this overhead here. But to answer your question, what we intend to do is, add the partial second story so that the view is facing the ocean down the street towards the
Okay.
cul-de-sac.
Okay.
And that would be the primary view.
And so the larger portion of the deck, which is kind of facing in towards your rear yard.
It's the rear yard. Yes, you're
here.
right. And I'm aware of at least 2 neighbors that had a concern about
Mhm.
that back deck. Because our houses are pretty close and we would be able to see down into their yard. And I've indicated, and we all have a close relationship here. Like I said, we're in an HOA and we have block parties and everything. So I did discuss with them directly the fact that we were willing to revise the plan so that that back deck wasn't there. And in fact, the way Ed designed the bedroom is there aren't even any windows on that side of the construction, so that again they can maintain their privacy. And it doesn't show on here, but if you would go straight to the top of that page is where one house is, and then the other person who I talked to, is actually a little farther up the page, but yeah, they're right over there as well.
Okay, I think we'll come back to that in discussion. I just wanted to know if we were going to talk about this deck, if we were talking about a deck with an ocean.
Yeah, and I've talked to Ed about revising those
Okay.
plans to remove that.
Okay, great. I think that's all I have for questions. Katie, do you have others?
Yes, I did have, I think just one clarifying question. I wanted to find out what the finish was for the metal railing.
I think we called out a cable railing.
Yeah, I think in that, and Ed wasn't involved in those discussions as much as I was with Andrew. It's either cable or tubular, but I know, again, this came from our HOA architect committee. They had asked if we would consider revising that to a glass type of cosmetic or glass type of, I guess it'd be a rail or a fence rather than the tubular or the chain, and we're certainly open to that.
Okay, yeah, on the material sheet, which is the last sheet of the PDF, it just calls out pipe railing, and I don't really see the color or finish of what that's intended to be. But it sounds like that'll be part of our discussion.
I think what we're showing on the renderings is a stainless steel cable railing, which won't rust.
It's called out as a pipe railing.
Oh, okay.
What sheet is the material sheet, Dave?
The one you're on right now.
Oh, okay. That's what it is.
Okay, I think that's it for clarifying
That's
questions
under
for me. So Beverly may
Oh, I
have some.
see.
I had questions about the rear deck, which I think we'll cover in our next phase of discussion. And if I recall, when we had another project we were reviewing on Arbor Lane, I wasn't sure if the Arbor Lane design review took precedence or if our requirements took precedence. Do you remember was anybody else around for that?
I don't recall, but Arbor Lane was another HOA, you mean?
Yes.
I mean, I think that if there is a conflict between the two requirements, I don't know which one would govern, but it seems like, you know, typically in our profession, the more restrictive of the two is typically the one that you go with. But, you know, along those lines, for instance, I see that this is going to be part of the discussion, but the T111 siding to match existing is something that is specifically noted in the guidelines, is something to stay away from and to go with more high quality materials. I don't know if the HOA requested that the materials match existing or not, but I guess we can get into that, but that might be something that we need some clarification from the county on.
Right. Okay. All right. Rebecca, you mentioned you saw some letters. Where did you pick up those letters? I was looking at the documents that Glenn provided for us. Did something come in
I
last
thought there
minute?
was, let's see, item 1, additional correspondence.
So if you, sorry, so I just want to add, I have the comments ready. If I can share my screen, I just had a small presentation just in case if I have to present. If everybody's fine, I can share the comments.
I think we just needed to
Okay.
be concise in an effort of being, you know, respectful of the time for the committee and the agenda.
Okay.
Right. So it's okay to take a look at those if you'd like. You said the letters were in them in your presentation, Sona?
Yeah, let me, I haven't included everything. I will just go on the key points that were mentioned. And I'll just
Okay.
switch to the last portion, last slide, which had the only 2 neighbors commented on this one. Let me go back.
I think there was a comment that came in just last evening. that
Yeah,
was
so
maybe
the
reviewed
neighbor on
for them.
151 Arbor Lane and neighbor on 147 Arbor Lane commented, and I'm gonna quickly share just the concerns. Give me 1 second, sorry.
Yeah, I see the I see Ed's letter, but I don't see anything else.
Are you guys able to see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so basically he was concerned about in the event of earthquake or fire decking, glass and railing could not only block driveway but exit, but also be dangerous to spreading fire and injuring to people, pets and environment due to pets and environment due to proximity of deck and deck materials and standard deck type construction. Noise from the upper deck in the back could disturb residents. This must be considered not just for present owners, but also for future owners for both 147 and 151, as well as for the fact that current ownership of 141 can change. The deck railing is out of character for neighborhood and material inappropriate for an ocean exposure, could lead to constant disturbance with constant maintenance. And then 147 Arbor Lane just had view questions or view being impacted because of the 2nd story addition.
Okay, I guess Ed, were the views from 147 Arbor Lane or the house just to the east? Were those mapped out? The house just to the east, and were those views compromised for the view down toward the common property at the end of Arbor Lane?
Yeah, if you look at the aerial that's on the screen now,
Mm-hmm.
This is
147.
Oh, no, I don't mean 147, then I mean 151,
Oh, 151.
no, I actually mean the 1-2 further back up this, no. Those views, were those views from that house compromised for the cul-de-sac common lot?
I don't think so. I think that there are other things in the way. Anyway, didn't hear anything from that neighbor, I don't think, did we, Bill?
No, actually, I'm friends with that neighbor, Jack. That will not block his view, and he's actually the one that suggested I put an addition on. But as you can see, right now, our houses are already adjacent to each other. And the added 5 feet for the addition isn't going to change the view at all.
Okay. So from the ridge line of your roof to the added 5 feet for the new roof.
Yeah, right now, the top of our roof is at 19 feet, 2 inches, I think, and the addition will make it at 24 feet,
Mhm.
5 inches.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for pulling that up. We can probably unshare.
Okay.
So I think we'll go to discussion now.
Do we
Katie?
need to see if there's any other public comment? If
Oh,
anybody-
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask too.
Oh, is there any further public comment gone?
Can you, yeah, can you please, can you please open public comment for item number 1? So, yeah, so according to the procedure here, I need, the chair to open.
Oh, I'd like to open public comment for item number 1.
Thank you. Per chair, we're now opening public comments for item number 1. The public correspondence for this project received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the meeting page on the county planning website and forwarded to CDRC. I'll read public comments from whom are not present in this meeting. Mr. or Ms. Altman, who's not present, commenting on project, his or her concerns includes privacy issues as a result of the proposed deck, blockage of driveway by blockage of driveway in the event of earthquake or fire, and noise from the upper deck, and she's also concerned with the railing, as she thinks the railing is not consistent with the character of the neighborhood. I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press star 9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing star 6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Are there any persons who wish to speak on this item number 1? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others who would like to raise their hand to speak on this agenda item.
Okay, as the homeowner, should I offer sort of my opinion of the concerns, or is it not necessary?
Not necessary at this time.
Okay, all right.
We might ask, we might during the discussion phase, want to talk to you about some of that stuff.
Okay, and there are no more raised hands for this item. Beverly, please indicate if you'd like to close public comment.
I'd like to close public comment and move into discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, Rebecca, Katie?
Did you want to start this time, Beverly?
No, it sounded like it was just an extension of the things that we brought up in questions.
Yeah, I don't mind, or Katie, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Becca.
Okay. I mean, I had the same concern you had brought up about the T111 siding. I think that was the really reviewing it on my own before I got to the correspondence. That was kind of my my only thing that I wanted to talk about. I do think that you know, given the level of neighborhood concern around the deck and the fact that the homeowners already expressed some willingness to engage with that, I think we should talk about, you know, potentially. It sounded like Bill said he was willing to let it go completely. I think we could also just look at reducing the deck and or you know, if there was a little bit of roof on that side that came up and the deck wasn't as deep, then it would be sort of a little bit inset into roof or something, so that could also increase the privacy. I don't know if anyone else on the committee had, maybe I should get a screen share up here to help talk about this. So we don't have a view from that side, but I'll pull that up. I don't know what the rest of you guys think about that.
So, Bill, is it William or Bill?
Bill's fine.
Bill, was there a purpose for that back deck that you were trying to fulfill?
No, we started this project about 2 years ago, and at the time, in the 2 years, things changed, but we already have the yard level area to entertain in and have dinner and barbecue. So we just added that on sort of as sort of an extra decking at the time that would be nice to have, but it really does face like a church parking lot. There's not a lot of need for it, and we wouldn't be entertaining up there or anything. So that's why it wasn't a big leap for us to say, okay, we're willing to remove that from the plan.
How deep is the front deck?
Do you know, Ed, offhand? It's only a few feet.
Checking. Let me see here.
We're looking for a place to sit and have coffee in the morning. So we're not looking to have a party up there, but
Did you say, Ed, how deep that is?
I'm taking a look here. About 7 feet deep.
7 feet. And the door, the deck by the slider?
That's about 3 feet. Yeah.
3 feet. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually open myself, Rebecca, to your point, to and the rear deck, just for confirmation currently.
are you
You
asking
want the depth of the rear deck?
Yeah.
Yes, the depth of the rear deck,
Looks like it's just under 16 feet,
16, yeah,
just under, like 15 foot 10.
yeah.
Katie, do you
Yeah,
want
not
to share
quite
instead,
yet.
or are you doing this on Bluebeam?
Yeah, I could share.
I'm open to the rear deck, instead of being eliminated, being reduced significantly, at a minimum by half. As just a place,
So
for,
kind of almost like
coffee.
more symmetrical size.
Yeah,
yeah, and just, because the light changes from side to side of the house. Yeah, it's sort of
Yeah.
north, south.
Good point. Yeah, the
That
sun
might be,
actually comes right
might be-
across the house that way.
right, might be desirable. And I think that depending on how you structure the roof, it could allow for privacy for the neighbors. How do you feel about that, Rebecca and Katie?
that's where I was going. I hadn't imagined that the homeowner might be willing to give up a deck completely. So my suggestion was going to be similar, to make it about half size.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. I would be interested to hear from Bill what the resolution was that you reached with speaking with the adjacent neighbors that had privacy concerns. Unfortunately, doesn't sound like any of them are here for the hearing right now, but I know you had reached out and engaged, and I definitely appreciate that level of community engagement. I think that's really very gracious to try to discuss it with them and make sure that that community feel stays and that there's no hard feelings and everybody's needs are taken into consideration. But I would be interested to hear what the outcome was from that. And if you all had decided on something, was it agreed upon that you were going to just remove the rear deck?
We didn't, so I spoke to them both separately, Michelle Oldman just this morning, and then Jack Hodges previously, and to both, I just kept it pretty generic and said, absolutely we respect your opinion. We know that we might not be the last residents here, even though we've never had a noise complaint or anything, but basically I said that we're open to modification. We didn't say we'd completely eliminate it, but we said we would be open to modifying it. And and again, I mean, we are you know, as you said, we are willing to eliminate it completely if we need to, but if there is a compromise where we can still have a partial deck over there, I think we would like that as well.
Yeah, Katie, that's actually very promising, Bill. I'm thinking that you might bring your roof line up and have it be a deck that terminates in a roof wall.
That's
Mhm.
exactly what I was
That's-
thinking.
yep, I
Yeah,
think we're all on the
because
same page.
the slope comes right up to where the guardrail height would be. So I think
Right.
that provides even further privacy.
So does this mean I'm gonna add more money?
Add more?
It would actually probably be less money.
No, to redesign it.
Oh,
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
yes,
That's
there's a
between
little
you
bit of
and Ed.
redesign. But I think it's true that the construction might be less expensive than having more deck there.
Are there no sections in this set?
are there sections, Ed? For this set?
Yeah, I'm looking,
I don't see any.
I don't see one through there, no.
I know sometimes we end up with
But-
incomplete sets, so I'm hoping that the planner went through the checklist to make sure that sections were provided at some point.
I agree. Oh, am I on? I was thinking the same thing about extending the roof up
Yeah, I think it's an
to
existing roof.
42 inches
also.
right
It
under
would obviously have to, be
your
modified.
red
It might
line,
make,
your little vertical red line is just about where it would be.
yeah.
And they would
exactly.
have half of what they have now and would increase the privacy, very much so. And still have a little deck. That's a great idea.
Right.
Yeah, I
So-
like that it adds some symmetry to the whole deck upstairs too, with 7 feet on one side and
Yeah.
7 on the other.
Right. Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's okay, 8 feet on the other, so you're not too narrow, not a corridor on the roof side.
Yeah, so I would say in the interest of time, it sounds like we've got a resolution for the rear deck that we are all agreeable to. Does
Mhm.
that sound about right?
Mhm.
So let's try to switch to other, concerns. I know that we expressed concern about the T111 siding. Is there anything in the HOA requirement that are asking for that to be matching the existing home?
I'm sorry, what is it? T11 siding?
The
T111 is what you have
Oh,
currently
okay.
on the exterior, on the facade of your home, and it looks like is that true, Ed? Were you moving toward T111 for the second story as well?
Yeah, T111 can look not so good and T111 can look very good. And I think that keeping the exterior materials of siding uniform and consistent is the thing to do, because we've all seen second story additions on buildings where they change the material and you immediately know, oh, that was not there originally. That's obviously an addition. So
So
I always
it
think we
actually
should-
does specifically say in the standards to avoid T111 siding unless necessary for additions to match the existing house. So we do have some flexibility with that, but it's interesting. I was curious about the comments we received from a neighbor talking about how the deck was going to impact fire. I really don't know where that came from, but as far as
Maybe
quality exterior materials, that's an area I would be more concerned about would be the exterior siding rather than anything. But I mean, if it's going to match the existing home, then, I think that we do have the room to be supportive of it, but I'm interested to hear what the other committee members think.
When we did the house directly across the street, the
I'm
second
looking at
floor,
that now, yeah.
on that one, we did match the siding. And when you look at that, it looks like it was part of the original house. As if,
Right.
And that's always our goal, is to make,
I mean, there is some truth to that, Ed, if you pop over to Google Maps and check out the property opposite. By the way, it's 141 Arbor Lane, and it's listed in our, oh, that's correct. Okay, somewhere else it was listed at 147. But yeah, so if we look at Google Maps and look across the street, it does integrate
Yeah, I
uh,
think it's at 160.
Or-
160 is the one across the street. Yeah.
yeah, more subtly,
Yeah.
with the same material.
Yeah, that's Tanya and Steve's house, and we did that
Uh-huh.
probably 10, 12 years ago, and that might have been the one that you're referring to,
Right.
Bev, about the HOA, because I think that was the last one done on. Arboretum.
No, it was the proposal for the one beyond the house.
Oh,
next
the one
to
at the end of the
common law.
cul-de-sac.
Yeah. Right, so in general, how do we feel about T111? I mean, this may be something in the standards we need to revisit, Katie and Rebecca. I mean, of
I
course,
think the standards are written perfectly, actually. I wouldn't support T111 siding if it wasn't to match what's existing, but since it is to match existing, just as the guidelines say, I feel that I can support it.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
think given the scale and size of the addition that we're dealing with, I think that if it was a larger addition or there were more improvements to the rest of the home, then I might want to be finding a balance of different, material composition to try to improve the overall quality of the exterior materials. But I think that with the size that we're dealing with, I'm not too concerned. Other things that I wanted to mention to discuss with the committee was what we think about the long uninterrupted roof line. We've basically gone from a primary and secondary roof form where we had a gable. Now we've got nothing but long uninterrupted roof lines, and it's bringing a lot of horizontality to the project. So again, it's not a huge addition, but with the orientation of the addition facing the street on the long axis, it is creating a long uninterrupted roof line. And I wanted to talk to the committee about that and see what you all think.
I'm glad you brought that up, Katie. That was something that occurred to me as well. It works across the street because it's, hipped. And
Well, and you still have two roof forms there too, even that is,
Right.
broken up. It's not one rectangular mass for the addition.
Right, and there is a gable, but yes, so there are multiple roof forms. Would you be open to hipping the top east-west ends of your roof line? Do you know what that looks like? If you look across the street,
Mhm.
you'll see the sides of, you see the sides are also sloped.
I mean, I think for me personally, I would lean away from a hip, although there is a hip at the back of the house, but that's the only location that we see a hip. We see gable ends at the existing end of the home and at the end of this addition. And I was almost wondering if, a little gable here might help break it up, or even, we don't have articulation in this long wall. If that wall was offset at all, that would create more opportunity for, a primary and secondary roof form on the addition.
Do you understand that, Bill?
Not completely. It sounds to me like from an architect point of view that the aesthetics of the house in total will be too uniform or not broken up a bit. And
So the second story, if you go to the elevation, Katie, has the same horizontal line now, the same line going across as the lower level.
Yeah, and this
where
is
there-
one of the guidelines. There's two guidelines that I feel aren't really being met super great with the addition. One of them is not having long uninterrupted walls, that don't have articulation to break up the massing. So this is just one long wall. There is a little bit of a pop out at the back because of the little stair area. And then the other guideline is, primary and secondary roof forms to help reduce the massing and provide visual interest. And so we've just got basically nothing but long eave lines and a horizontal deck all facing the street. Whereas previously there was a little bit more interest with a gable roof.
Hey, Katie, would you be willing to just do a copy paste of that gable onto the second floor to show what that would look like to just
Yeah.
to clarify? Although I'm just gonna say that personally, I don't have a problem with the way the roof forms are looking right now, because I feel like and there's a kind of jogging, there's a lower roof and an upper roof, and they are the same type of form, but it's not that the whole map is under one single roof. And even though that wall is a straight wall, it's jogged in from the lower wall. So, thank you.
This would be a little
Right,
bit
so that's kind
smaller.
of better.
It is better, right? I mean,
It is. I don't have a problem with it the way it is. I feel like I could support it, but I do think that's better.
So do you see that, Bill? You're not moving the wall forward. You're just changing the articulation of the roof. Do you like that?
I mean, I'm open to either one. I would want to talk to Ed, independently, but again, I don't know what would it change anything on the inside of the
No.
bedroom?
It wouldn't have to. Have you done your structural engineering yet?
No,
was there an intention to vault the ceilings in that space? Since we didn't have a building section, I didn't know what was happening inside the room.
no, we weren't gonna vault it.
Okay, so then that
It
wouldn't
could be
have any,
vaulted, and that could just be California'd onto the existing,
Right, or it could be vaulted
Consistent
and you could
vaulted
get more
roof.
height this way.
right?
But that's totally not in our purview. That's your call.
Mhm.
and, I mean, the strong horizontal lines are strong horizontal lines, and some people prefer those. The gable is okay too. I mean, it's almost, Bill, what do you like better, I would say? I don't have any problem with it.
I'll be honest,
either
and
way.
I apologize. My wife was going to try to be on this call and wouldn't. I know she'll have more of an opinion than I will. I can tell you there's a lot of, every house in this neighborhood is unique. And so I don't really have a strong opinion, but if the people on this call feel like it's preferable or required, I can go along with it.
Yeah, I think, and I definitely understand the sentiment that some people have a preference for long horizontal expressions. And, we're just tasked with trying to make sure that the projects that we review meet the standards. And unfortunately, the current standards aren't really supportive of that. I do think that personally, I do think this is an improvement. It does add a little more visual interest. And, I don't think it's going to have much of an impact to the project. If it's something that, Bill, you feel would be really important to review with your wife before you were willing to make a decision on that, then it would be something that you would need to come back to the committee. And so as far as timelines go, I don't know if that's a priority for you, if missing a month would be the end of the world or not. But, I think I definitely respect and understand making sure that your wife is on board with design changes.
No, I think she would be fine with it. She would probably like it better, actually, but I'm
It'll
willing.
be a very interesting ceiling inside if we vaulted both the gable and the
Yeah.
long roof.
Yeah.
I'm willing to accept this recommendation today and
Okay.
take the consequences.
Okay. The only other thought that I had wanted to share with the committee was just if you had any concerns about this part of the wall being blank, if you wanted to request the, addition of like 1 or 2 transom windows or anything like that, that might not impact privacy and views. Again, it's at the back of the property. And so that's definitely more private for the neighbors behind this home. And obviously we've got, a big wall here. So just wanted to see if that was something that was a concern for Beverly or Rebecca.
It's not a concern, but as an aesthetic, yeah, if this were in the front, it would be a concern. I think you might want to consider that, Bill, just in terms of light in the space, now that there will be a somewhat reduced light when you bring the roof up.
So you're recommending some windows, sort of, like high up windows? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I feel like that's
something like
something we
that.
could put as a
Maybe a
recommendation,
suggestion, yeah.
Suggestion as opposed to a condition, because there were also specifically those privacy concerns on that side. I
Yeah.
would see it being nice, but
So add
maybe
maybe
that's
a transom window to.
Yeah, like maybe a
Clear
light
story on
centered
the
over the doors,
So
centered over the doors below.
side.
Another thing to look at, if you look at the floor plan, that's the bed wall.
yeah.
Right, so that's where
Yeah,
having a
very
transom
often
Only
we'll
be a
do,
clear
we'll do
story.
a little skinny window on each side of the bed.
Yeah,
right
that's an
above the
option too.
bedside tables, yeah.
Yeah, I would be open to either if we left the flexibility as a suggestion to either a
Maybe we could
transom.
suggest, right, adding fenestration to the bedroom east wall.
I think
Um,
the skinny windows are better because you can actually, if they're casement windows, you can crack them a little bit and get better
Right.
ventilation.
Right. My only concern, if it were to become the casement windows flanking each side, is that that's going to have a lower sill height probably. And that might be more of a concern for the rear neighbor as far as privacy.
Yeah, I think he would have some concerns because it's not presently on here, but I think adding a window up high, a skinny window up high.
Yeah,
would
and I
be
would say, maybe
okay.
do a little divider in the middle, so you're
That's
basically
window.
mimicking what's happening below. It's kind of same as these 2-panel windows, so it feels still cohesive with the design.
But I would say also that if Ed prefers them to either side, maybe we could just say, say sill heights to be 4 to 8 inches or higher or something like that. Just again, to kind of leave some flexibility. It is also just a suggestion, but
Yeah,
just suggest you consider adding a little fenestration on that side, but.
yeah, I think if we limit the sill height, then that should address the privacy concerns and still give Ed and Bill's wife flexibility to work through where they want the fenestration there, or if they decide that they prefer to not have it. If it's not a priority for the committee, then we can, keep it a suggestion.
Yeah, I'm intending to keep it as a suggestion to add window, possibly plural, to south side level 2 bedroom wall.
Okay, this one I'm not too worried about anymore. So I do think we need to address the railing materiality of that.
The glass railing suggested by the HOA, the risk in that is that it's not really wildlife friendly. I don't have a problem with the stainless steel cable. Did you have a particular issue with that?
Was
Katie,
that,
Rebecca?
no, but it sounded like I would love to know what the HOA had requested, if they have specific requirements on which railing styles are acceptable or not. It sounded like they may have had an issue with pipe railing, which I don't know what the reasons behind that were, but I think given the orientation of the deck on 3 sides, all being east, south, and west facing, I think that glass is going to be a much bigger glare issue for neighboring homes.
Right,
So I think cable rail would be great.
Right, I think the comment was that it was not compatible with what was found on other homes in the area, but I agree with you, Katie, the glare and the intrusion for wildlife, and there are a lot of birds in that area.
Yeah, so I think cable rail would be a good option. Do you guys have any thoughts or preferences on, do you just want the top rail to match the trim on the home, or do you have any thoughts on that, or do we care?
No, did you have a trim in mind?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it looks nice with the house.
Mm-hmm.
I would say you could use 4x4 wooden posts and a 2x6 cap on it so that it blends in with the wood and the wood trim. And
Yeah,
so-
are you
and have the cables going through the wood posts.
Yeah, and would it be painted to match the trim?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I
think that's
think
great.
cables, since there was someone expressed concern about the weight of things falling down in the event of an earthquake, I think cables is way better than glass.
Uh-huh,
Okay, so it sounds like we've got a consensus.
right, so
And that would be painted
stainless steel
4x4
cable.
posts with stainless cable and painted wood top rail.
4x4 wood posts and cap, paint to match trim.
And the cable basically disappears visually almost. And
Yeah.
so
Right.
you're just going to see.
And the cable doesn't rust. Does it rust at all?
No,
No,
it's
it's aircraft stainless steel.
Okay.
It's probably one of the best railing materials you could have.
Okay.
All right, so we've covered the rear deck, the railings, the roof forms, and we've requested sections be included in the architectural drawing set, east, west, north, south. Anything else come to mind?
No, I don't think so for me.
How about number of paint colors? Are we okay with?
Okay, if we're
two?
just matching the existing, we have a trim color, we have a roof color, we have a railing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a huge addition, so I think that just matching existing makes sense.
Okay, all right. If we're all ready, I'd like to put this recommendation up for a vote.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, so I'd like to recommend that we approve this project. I will note the findings of existing compliance, the way the project is proposed, and with requirements for the rear deck, reduce the rear deck by a minimum of half. And I will actually put extend.
I would say let's reduce it by a minimum of 8 feet in depth from, what is it, east to west or something, because if they're reviewing, I don't know that they're gonna pull up the previous drawings. And the plan.
Reduce the rear deck by a minimum of 8 feet or
Yeah.
to,
Which is about half.
okay. Okay,
Maybe
mean,
you could
and we
put
need to make
something
sure
in
the
there
roof-
about the roof.
Yeah,
yeah,
Because
extend.
if we
roof.
extend it to match up with the existing roof on the rear elevation there, that's gonna kind of dictate exactly where it's gonna fall.
Yeah.
Right,
So-
to match.
If we can follow that, that would be the
Sorry,
criteria.
I have a follow-up question. So are we also extending the roof out over the roof deck, or it will be like, are we making it as a covered deck or an uncovered deck?
Uncovered deck.
yeah, so basically what's going to happen is, where's my tools? This
There'll be a little-
existing roof that's here, it might end up being rebuilt structurally because of however it needs to be supported, but the roof that's beyond is going to continue here. And then this rail will come over and meet it, and this would be a solid wall here that captures that side of the deck.
So Ed, it won't really dictate the depth of the remaining deck. You could have the roof extend a little bit higher than the rail, so that the rail ties into the extension of the roof.
Okay,
Yeah,
we
it
could,
could tie into it, it could,
yeah,
So
Either
it's basically to reduce the rear deck to, I'm gonna say to a maximum of 8 feet, okay?
yeah, I think that's great.
So, sorry, just a clarification. So if I understand correctly, so the roof, the deck will be sitting in the roof of the first
Yeah.
floor? Okay,
So
Yeah.
see this, you
The
see this roof
roof-
here?
yeah,
That is going to basically stay here, I guess I could. copy.
okay, okay.
Yeah, the roof will be one side of the deck,
it'll create a nice little space for putting deck chairs in,
little privacy,
a little attic, a little secret attic.
okay? And
Tuck all
another,
your deck cushions in there.
yeah, that's right, you could make it a storage space. The railing specifies stainless steel cable with 4x4 wood posts and what, 2x4 cap?
Yep, painted to match existing trim.
Yep. Painted to match trim. Roof forms regarding primary and secondary. Okay, we're not really addressing the uninterrupted facade. Add gable roof to north side,
I think it's almost kind of west. Yeah, west side.
level 2. It's actually the north. I think it's the north in the project.
Well, they call it west on the elevation name, and I think,
Do they?
yeah, I think when you look at the,
Uh,
yeah, it's west. It's north is kind of slightly steep.
Okay, let me just say to front side. Level 2 over deck. All right, suggestions, add a window to the rear.
1 to 2 windows, maybe?
Window, and then I have plural, windows to level 2 bedroom wall. Continue to respect privacy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what do you want to say? Minimum sill height.
I don't know, I'm gonna leave it a little bit open, so they'll have a privacy discussion with the neighbors.
I don't think we should leave it open. I think we should set a minimum sill height.
All right, well, then it means it is going to be a transom window, right?
Well, it depends on where we set it. Do you think we want to set it above eye height, Katie?
I was thinking 4.5 feet
Okay.
to 5 feet minimum. One other thing that we need to capture is there needs to be an exterior light at the store.
4.5 to 5 feet. Now, whose privacy is that respecting?
The rear neighbor. And I know Bill mentioned that he thought that they would be concerned if it was a casement with a lower sill height also.
Is it the neighbor looking into them or them looking at the
So it would
neighbor?
be them looking down. So if it's basically at or above eye height.
So
No,
if the
We
sill
should be
was
looking at the
4.5
rear elevation. We're looking at the
So
wrong elevation.
It's either a clear story or it could be just a small little kind of like porthole.
Right, right. So 4.5, 5 feet isn't high enough. I mean, that could still,
We could say 5 feet.
someone could still be looking out into the,
Well, I think it prevents it from being a big window, though. It could be small. I mean, if you feel like it has to be clear story, we can, I mean, or. you can
Transom.
say that, but.
yeah, I think for the style and the intent is to let more light into the bedroom.
Well, it was actually to satisfy the guidelines as far as wall articulation.
Right, but in terms of the experience of the
Mhm.
owner. So to satisfy the guidelines and the aesthetics, I would think we should probably say transom.
Mhm.
Fine.
All right, add transom window or windows to the rear of the level 2 bedroom wall. All right, is there anything that's left out?
Did you capture something about a light? I don't know if we have a specification, but I would say that we just need to indicate that there would be an exterior light outside the door of the owner's bedroom.
The
And then it would
slider?
be dark sky compliant. It's a French door.
Oh, it's a French door.
Yeah.
So that's, oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. That's opening up. Okay. Include,
Just I would say add
sky.
one dark sky compliant.
Right, one dark
fixture.
sky. Compliant, so add. All right, add one dark sky compliant light fixture. Yeah. Okay. Add and specify. Okay, anything else come to mind?
No, I think this was a very long-winded recommendation for approval, right?
Yeah, it's
Got
good to
there.
be clear.
Yeah.
All right, okay, so given that we do recommend approval, Glenn? Anyone want to second that and then we can
I'll
take a vote?
second.
Per second.
A second.
Okay, then now the roll call. Beverly Garrity,
Yes.
Rebecca Catkin,
Yes.
Katie Kostick.
Yes.
Okay, project approved. Congratulations.
Yes, very good. Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Ed,
Okay,
and thank
thank
you,
you.
Bill.
Good luck with your project.
I'd like to add something. One of the additional correspondence letters that I looked at is for another project because it talks about riparian and wetlands and it's 8 pages long and
Yeah,
I don't know if it
I think
belongs
that's
within.
that's for another project on today's agenda.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
it
I know.
might have been mislabeled.
It
Yeah,
got
that's fine.
misplaced or maybe repeated on our agenda list.
Oh,
I
did
just
it?
wanted to let you know about it in case it got in the wrong place.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I saw that one too.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll make changes to fix that. Thank you.
it's 8 pages long and it's from Dana Riggs's consulting firm, Soul Energy or whatever it is. Yeah, this one.
Yeah. This one I've got it called item 4 correspondence.
Huh.
This
I'm
one's-
wondering, I'm not seeing it on my link. Is it the most recent email that you sent, Glenn? Is that what's happening?
I think Camille might have sent additional correspondence emails, or it might have come from Glenn.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Oh.
item 4. This one's the one I just sent
Yeah,
you.
this is a different project. It's item 4.
Yeah, that's for item 4. I'll check the numbering and the naming after this meeting, just to make sure we share correct information to the public.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting us know, Ed.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
okay, excellent. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Bill.
thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I don't know how these usually go, but I can tell you put a lot of work behind this, so I appreciate it.
No,
Excellent.
thank you. That means a
Thank
lot
you.
to us.
Yeah, good luck
Enjoy
with
your
your,
evening.
Thanks
Bye,
so much.
everybody.
Bye.
bye-bye.
Hi, take
Thank
care.
you, everyone.
And before we start the next one, I just have a quick question for Linda. Linda, we'll be available to cover the item number 2 and 3. Can you please confirm that? Hi, Linda, are you still here?
Linda, can you hear me? Glenn, if you have a way to contact Linda, maybe give her a call on the phone if she's not.
Yeah, I'll give her a call.
Okay.
And yeah, so just for everyone's information, if Linda is not available to cover those items, that now we have Doug here as backup. I'll give Linda a call right now. I'll mute myself first.
Okay,
Okay.
One moment.
we break and start again at 2.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Blue Bear.
Nah, it's getting fixed tomorrow. It's kind of faded now. It's a very blue day, though. I see Glenn's wearing blue, Rebecca's wearing blue, John's wearing blue. Mark, you might have to go change.
I might have what?
You might have to go change your shirt, so we're all blue.
I'm not
Joking,
blue.
of course.
I'm gonna step out for 1 minute.
Yeah, there's a couple of minutes before.
Okay, reconvene at 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Set your watch. 1:57.
Hi, everyone's Camille.
Hi, Camille.
Hey, did you guys end early?
Hi, Camille. Oh,
Just
yeah,
a
like
couple- just
3
take a
minutes.
couple minutes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, just a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're trying to really stick to the time
Great.
blocks because Rebecca's got a hard stop at 6.
At 6?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a long day. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we actually discussed that. I think you and Glenn will be talking about it because we were mentioning possibly changing the number of projects that we limit on an agenda,
Yeah.
or possibly starting earlier, like in the morning on these really packed days or something.
Okay, even earlier. Over lunch then?
I mean, before, yeah, I mean, honestly, most of us end up scarfing right before we start the meeting anyway, like
Yes.
eating over mute during administrative items.
Yeah.
Over lunch is better than into dinner.
I totally
Yeah,
agree.
true.
Honestly, like, having dinner with the family and putting the kid down to bed is kind of one of those special times of night.
Yeah, totally get it.
Oh, it looks like Linda's there.
Oh, yeah. Did we confirm that Linda's gonna be here for the Miramar items?
She's connecting now, I think.
Oh, okay.
Glenn's on the phone with her. No, maybe
Oh,
not.
I see. Okay, we'll just wait for him.
Turn off my video when the applicants arrive so they don't think they got a crazy blue hair girl reviewing their stuff.
Camille,
Yes.
you recall when we had that project to review in Moss Beach at the end of Arbor Lane, and the issue of the Arbor Lane HOA came up, and we had to figure out who had precedence over compliance.
Precedence over compliance.
Yeah, because
HOA versus design guidelines, basically, if they're in
The-
conflict.
the Arbor Lane has its own HOA, and
Um,
an architectural review.
oh, so what's like where a design would be allowed under the HOA, but not allowed under design review?
Right, or vice versa.
Mhm.
You know, that wasn't my project. That was Carmelissa's, but it's kind of become my project after she left, but I don't recall that the HOA conflict part of it. I'd have to
Yeah,
look into it.
yeah, that would be good. Just to clarify, because we did decide on something that was different from what their architectural committee decided.
Okay.
What I recall is that we took precedence over the HOA.
I think that it would be the case because HOAs, their boards can just meet and change. Like the HOA rules don't go to the county for certification. Or
the
anything like
coastal
that.
Yeah, or this coastal commission.
Yeah, so I mean, they can just change willy-nilly, so I don't think that it gets them out of complying with our standards, but Mark's giving us the sign that we're
Actually, I thought Linda was in, but she's not.
oh,
Isn't
she's
Linda in?
here. I think
Here
she's
she is.
might be muted.
Linda,
should
have
call-
you tried talking?
She's
Yeah,
not,
because it
yeah,
doesn't show her as muted. I think her audio is just not connecting properly. Can you hear us, Linda?
You may have to call in. You can also call and Zoom.
Yeah, Linda, if you can hear us, you can call from your phone on a separate Zoom thing. Technical term. Stop laughing at me, Doug.
It's great to see you though, Linda.
Yeah, hi, Linda.
We haven't seen you in so long.
Doug, I need to get your drill back. to you.
Even Glenn can maybe just put her on speaker if Glenn's talking to her, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, let's get that worked out. Okay, I have to step away for 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
she did have audio when she first came on.
Linda, do you have any headphones that you can try to plug into your computer and see if it takes over the audio? Maybe try that.
Yeah, this is Glenn speaking. I'm trying to find the Zoom calling number for Linda, so maybe she can call in with her phone.
I think I hear Linda through Glenn's phone.
Yeah, just quick update for everyone. Linda just find a earphone, so she'll be able to try to see if that can bypass the malfunction, including microphone in her
Okay.
laptop.
Hopefully that'll work. Hello. I can hear you.
Yay, success.
Yay. Headphones for the win.
All right. Oh, no, wait, I can't hear her again.
Yeah, I can't hear her anymore. Linda, we
did-
can't hear you anymore.
Did it work for a second and then stop?
Seems to have.
Okay. Yeah, I will need to find a dialing number for Linda so she can use her phone.
Hey, Glenn, the phone number is not on the agenda, huh?
Yeah, we normally don't add it to the agenda, so I just find it on the Zoom website.
Okay, in the future, let's add it to the agenda because it's an accessibility thing, because people,
Audio impairment, yeah.
not everyone has a computer too.
Okay, will do.
Okay.
Linda, I'm going to send you this number in the chat box. Call it in. Oh. 1 second. I'm going to send you a number and the meeting ID, so you can use this to join a meeting by phone. Linda, I just sent you the calling number and the meeting ID. Yeah. Please call the number that dial the meeting ID followed by pound. I'm going to give her a call. Yeah, she just got everything and she's trying to dial in now. Oh, Linda just got disconnected. It seems like she's having,
She's still on Zoom.
I
can
don't see her.
I see her.
But is she dialing? She must be dialing.
Okay.
There she is.
Yeah, she just called in. Good. Hey, Linda.
Hello?
Address?
Oh, good.
Yay.
Okay,
So we're
Great,
gonna have
great.
some
Get
feedback though,
going.
I think.
so sorry about all that. I don't know what's going on. Here I am.
Linda,
Linda, have her mute the Zoom. Have her mute the Zoom so that she's,
Not on the phone, on the computer.
yeah. on
Okay,
the-
wait a minute. On the computer, mute it.
Yeah, leave the phone
Yeah.
as it is.
Yeah,
and-
mute the computer and also turn off the speaker on your laptop.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, is this good?
Very good.
Okay, now it's good.
That's good? Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, that's good. And
All
then we can start it on the next item. And I see the applicant, Mr. Paul McGregor. Can you please identify?
Real quick, before you guys start, do you need to do item 3?
Linda, can you please confirm if you will be able to cover item 2 and 3?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sounds good, Doug. And so Linda will cover those 2 items, so you can come back when after the 3rd item.
For the
Oh, you
fourth.
may, although you may not want me after the mishap of this whole thing, but
No.
should I start?
yeah, if you don't
To
touch
get
anything,
started.
it's working great.
Yeah. it's
Okay,
working.
good. Okay, so owner applicant Paul McGregor, file number PLN 2021-00101, location Alto Avenue, Miramar. The parcel number, assessors parcels number 048065060. Consideration of a design review recommendation to allow construction of a new 2-story, 1,762 square foot single family residence with an attached 395 square foot garage on a legal 4,800 square foot parcel, certificate of compliance PLN 2016-00476, associated with a coastal development permit, CDP, and non-conforming use permit, UP. A UP is required to allow development on a less than 5,000 square foot parcel where 10,000 square foot is the minimum lot size in the S-94 combining district. The project involves minor grading for the house and approximately 73 feet road extension of Alto Avenue and no tree removal. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. A hearing before the Planning Commission on the DR, CDP, and UP will take place after August 11th, 2022. CDP is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. Project planner, Camille Leon. Okay, so Paul McGregor, you're here with us?
One quick
Hello?
correction for the agenda is that there actually are trees being proposed for removal.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We
Yes,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, good.
Katie,
We
the
do hear
trees were eucalyptuses and they were removed under the hazardous tree exemption.
Okay, so they've already been removed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I still see them on the civil plans. That's why I
Yeah,
was
the
asking.
plans
Okay.
weren't updated. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, that takes care of one of my questions.
Might I add, the trees were removed under your temporary ordinance for removing eucalyptus trees, and I left the 2 cypress trees there.
Okay, so those cypress trees are on the property. I walked up there a couple of days ago and I could see those. Okay, so do you want to talk to us about the project, Paul?
Well, I'm gonna let my architect, Karen,
Okay.
intervene, take over from here.
Yeah, is it
Okay.
Karen Wilkins?
Correct.
Okay.
And I can't see my face on the TV because I know I don't look that great today, but
I've asked you to start a video. If you accept that, then it will be able to see your face.
okay, there we go.
It's gonna show if you're Marlin.
That's Marley. That's not mine either.
Oh,
Karen, I have asked you to unmute yourself. Please accept.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Would you like to describe the project to us, please?
Yes, I'm the new architect on this project. The previous architect actually retired, so I took over. This is a single residence with an ADU. It's located at 130 Coronado.
Wrong
And
project.
I'm sorry.
We're on Alto right now.
Oh, we're on Alto. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, again, it's pretty much the same situation. I'm taking over for the previous architect. And we have, as it's a single family residence, and it's pretty much blended. The style of the building pretty much blends into the community around it. Very similar in size and style, and enhances the community, enhances the houses around it, complements the houses, and then also is very considerate as far as you know, where the windows are located, looking at other properties and not blocking views for the scenery. And I mean, that's pretty much to start.
Okay. Can you just, because can you just talk about the materials, the exterior materials?
Yeah. Paul, do you want to talk
Certainly.
about that? Yeah.
Yeah, the majority of the materials are hardy plank. Got some shingles, some gables, mill guard windows, tan color, buried into the hillside slightly. It's on a 40 by 120 lot. It has as you face a house, it has a lane to the left of it, which leads into a house in the back that used to be owned by Randy Ralston, and he sold it. And then to the east of me, there's a house up on the next street, which would be Terrace. And that house is probably 100 feet away. Alto would run all the way through up to Terrace if fire deemed it necessary, but it's too steep of a slope. So I don't believe they'll be doing that. So this is pretty much the end of the street right there. So it also looks southwest, looks over the top of the neighbor's house, which is Jim Linnermar, which is next door to me, the closest house to me. Gable roof, vaulted ceilings, pretty much this is a daylight plain house. And yeah, pervious pavers and so forth.
Okay.
There we go.
And what was the last part?
Pervious pavers for the driveway. And this home was originally designed by Ann Gusson, which is a designer. She's done this a while back, and she's done numerous homes for me in Half Moon Bay, 3 or 4 of them on Poplar, and various other locations. And she does really good work. And now I have the honor of having Karen take it over, and she's a licensed AIA architect, and she does great work. She's doing other projects for me. She's going to be taking over some other projects for me too.
Nice. Great.
There we go.
Okay. So, so that's your presentation, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So,
Unless if he has
Ian.
something. Sorry, go ahead.
that's okay. Katie and Rebecca, I'm everything with what's going on with me. I don't know if you guys can see me, but my system is kind of working a little bit funny today. So right now, the only thing I really want to comment on is the landscape. And maybe,
Linda,
I just-
before we go
yes.
too far,
Yes,
let's start with clarifying questions before we get into discussion.
okay,
So you and Rebecca and I will ask the applicant any clarifying questions. And then we'll let the public, we'll open it up for public comment, and then we can circle back on our interior or our committee discussion.
okay. And I know we had a letter from David Hodge, maybe just in general, I think it was about Paul McGregor's work. I don't know if it was specifically for this project or for the one on Coronado.
Yeah,
So
it sounded like it was a general support of all projects, Paul McGregor.
Okay. We don't need to read that. We just acknowledge that we received it, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think only things that are received very last minute need to be read into the record, but otherwise they're in the record.
Okay.
May I begin with a couple of clarifying questions?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thanks. So I just wanted to confirm, so this is a substandard lot, it's 40 feet wide, right? And it looks like you are allowing for a 10-foot setback on each side, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that in excess of what's required?
Yeah, that's setbacks for that neighborhood, for that zoning.
Oh, for that zoning, 10-foot is what's required, so you've maxed out to what's permitted,
Yep.
okay. Sorry, I'm more used to S17 where it's.
I would love to have a wider house. I don't want to have to go through that whole variance process.
Okay, and then the other question I had was about the tree removal, but I think that has been addressed. And I think you implied when you said that this is a daylight plane house that you're complying with the guidelines through daylight plane as opposed to facade articulation, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And are there any specifications for garage doors, exterior doors, and or exterior lighting?
I would say if you look at the elevations, I'm going to match that. So I would say it's it's got some panes with lights, or I should say separated panes on it on the upper level. I don't have the plan.
Wood door, a metal door?
It would probably be a metal door at this point in time. Wood's getting harder and harder to get every day.
And exterior lighting?
There should be a cut sheet that I sent into either Summer or Camille.
Okay, I don't see that.
Dark sky compliant.
Okay. Katie, do you have questions?
Yeah, I did have a question about the planting plan, and I think Linda probably will elaborate on this more. I'm always thankful to have her on these projects because she has much more knowledge of landscaping and planting than I do, but I was a little confused. The landscape plan on the bottom left corner of the parcel, based on the floor plan, there's several circles with DW written inside, and I didn't see that in the planting schedule. What is DW?
I would imagine that would have been the existing trees.
Okay, so this isn't an accurate current plan.
No, Paul, that's your dry wells.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mark. I
Yeah.
forgot.
Oh.
So there's 3 different dry wells.
Yeah, to take away and put the water back in the ground.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, how they work. Let's see. Okay. And then I saw. Okay, I see those dry wells on the civil. My other question on the planting plan, number 11 on the schedule says Freeway Daisy flat on slopes, but I didn't see number 11 on the planting plan at all. And then I saw number 9 had a leader from it that says flats of Freeway Daisy. Is number 9 supposed to be number 11? Is there a hop seed bush, or is it all Freeway Daisy?
She may have mislabeled the plans at the time, so we can make that correction very
So
easily.
what's the intention?
I prefer drought tolerant plants and so forth. I mean, I don't want to have to water anything anymore than we have to, especially in this time of drought. I defer to Linda. She has much more experience in this than I do.
Yeah,
Okay,
so,
so you're not making a selection, you're hoping for recommendations?
I prefer recommendation, yeah. I'll follow what you guys approve.
That's all I had for clarifying questions.
You want to open it up for public comment? Glenn?
Okay. We're now opening public comment for item number 2. The county received a letter from Mr. David Hodge, a Myanmar resident, prior to this meeting. He states that the proposed development will be high quality and will add value to the community. I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I will lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press star 9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing star 6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Okay. Mr. Pong, please accept this request, unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, I saw your hand raised.
Oh, yeah, I didn't recognize my name. Hi, my name is Tim Pond. I do not live in unincorporated, but I live in Half Moon Bay, and I spend a lot of time in unincorporated. I'm really happy to see a smaller home going in here. I think the 10,000 foot designation is ridiculous to our housing element needs. And I don't know if this one has an ADU in it, but the only recommendation I would say is that an ADU is, I thought I heard that it had an ADU in it, but I'm not seeing it in the tabulations.
I think it was a mistake. That's the second project Paul has up today.
Okay, so, the only thing I would suggest is that an ADU be added to the project to try to meet the housing needs of some of the lesser qualified people on the coast. But I think the 10,000 foot lot is exclusatory to most of our community, and especially the community needs that are around today for housing. And I think that design of the house itself fits well in with the neighborhood. And I think I would recommend and hope that the board moves forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I have called upon all raised hands for speaking on this item. For those on Zoom, are there any other persons who wish to speak on this item number 2? If so, I will provide a few more seconds in case there are others who would like to raise their hands to speak on this item. Okay, there are no more raised hands for this item. Please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
And move to close public comment. Second.
I'll second it.
Can you hear me, Glenn?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so we can go forward with internal discussion.
Yeah, you want to start?
Yeah, Camille, do you mind if I share my screen?
Go ahead.
Okay, I think I need you to stop. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I'll just jump right in because I know we're going to be a little pressed for time. I just wanted to say that I think that the craftsman character of the design is nice, and I think it fits with the setting. So I think that works well. There's several areas that I had concerns about where I didn't feel it was meeting the guidelines, so I'm just going to jump into them quickly to help us stay on track for time. The first thing is the cantilevered porch over the garage, or the cantilevered floor area that's over the garage. So the standards say to avoid large second-story cantilevers or overhangs. And this one is a pretty deep one. Sometimes we utilize that as a tool for articulation. But in this case, it's also kind of conflicting with another one of the standards about building up on stilts, standard 3. So I can reference those standards if needed. But those were 2 areas that I was concerned. Let's see, where's the demonstration scale? And you can kind of tell from this rendering, which it would have been great if we had these emailed to us also for future. But it kind of has a little bit of a weird feel to it, and that's, you know, exactly why the standards say to avoid building things on an upslope lot with stilts. So that was the first area of concern that I had. Let's see. Another thing that I noticed is that, you know, for the most part, this is basically an extruded rectangle footprint. There's a little bit of articulation with the popped out fireplace, but otherwise it's basically an extruded rectangle for the second story. So that doesn't really meet with the second story guidelines. And I know that it's a challenge on a narrow lot like this. So I think even if there were different tools that were utilized to help break that up, it doesn't necessarily only have to be in the actual massing. But, you know, we've got the same issue with the long uninterrupted roof eave as well, which I think kind of adds to making the building feel like a very long extruded rectangle. I do appreciate, though, that there's a change in material between the hardy siding and the shingle. So I think that would help. And I do like the little, the gable roof over the entry door. You know, I understand the reasoning behind needing to have the entrance on the side of the home. And I do think that that helps a little bit with the wayfinding. I don't really see it in this side elevation though, so I don't know how deep that roof is intended to be. And as far as, you know, second stories are typically meant to step in. If we were going to try to do any sort of additional articulation to better meet that standard, I think, you know, having it be at the front of the home where it still is more of a two-story expression, and then obviously at the back, it's not as much of a concern since this is, you know, more of like a one-story at grade. So, you know, even if this bottom part slid out, that could help with that overhang issue. But there's a couple massing shifts or articulation issues that I think need some attention with the roof line. The second story just basically being an extruded rectangle and this cantilever with the posts at the front. And then I think everything else was the questions I asked back here, and I'd like to hear from Linda her thoughts on the landscape plan since she's really strong in that area. So I'll pass maybe to Rebecca, and you can share your thoughts on my concerns and any additional thoughts you may have.
Your concerns pretty much mirror my own concerns. The absence of wall articulation and the absence of the second floor stepping in at all over the first floor were the primary things that came up for me. I do think you're right that it's not really necessary at the back where it essentially presents as a one-story structure. I also, I mean, I see that the fireplace is maybe technically providing a little bit of wall articulation, but it feels just kind of tacked on for the utilitarian purpose of having a fireplace, which is fine to have a fireplace there. And I know that it's, you know, this direct vent style, so it doesn't necessarily need to come all the way down to the ground. But it just feels like a little something floating out in space there. It doesn't feel that well integrated with the architecture. And to me, it's not getting us there for wall articulation. There's still the opposite side of the house where there's no articulation. I have sometimes given some leniency on smaller lots. I know this is a smaller lot for the zoning we're in. It's not really that small a lot. I think it's 4,800 square feet, which is almost the standard S17 size. So I feel like it should be possible to meet the guidelines.
Yeah, I know that we have definitely pushed projects that were even on a 25-foot wide parcel and had them find ways to meet those guidelines better. So I do think
articulation.
Yeah, I do think that there's room for improvement here, literally and figuratively.
And then there's also the matter of the guideline around primary and secondary roof forms, and so
yeah, so big picture, I think that there's going to be some big picture gestures that need to happen here. Did you have more thoughts, Rebecca, or do we want to hand it to Linda?
I think I'd love to hear from Linda about landscape.
Okay.
Or whatever else is on her mind, Linda.
Okay. Katie, would you put up the landscape page, please?
Sure, happy to do so.
Okay. So I was, you know, just one point is on your freeway daisy. I would say not to put that in because it does require some water on the coast. It just doesn't look good. I would suggest, I think you have, so I can't see it because it's, can you make it bigger? Yeah, there you go. That's great. The ceanothus, there's a horizontalis, a ceanothus that grows horizontally, and that would be nice to hold the hill in point. Actually, the Yankee point is one of those, but all different varieties of ceanothus would be appropriate on the hill to hold your hill in place on both sides. Everything is fine. I think, what I'm seeing more with landscape plans is particularly on something that's like this, a home that's not specific to an individual client. It's maybe the larger plantings that are more important, kind of the foundation of a landscape, as opposed to all the little things like status or seaside daisy, or those are small. We need things that suck up the groundwater. We need things that hold hills in place. I think we need some trees, some large bushes. Spanish lavender is great, but it doesn't really need to be in a plan that we're looking at when we're dealing with a project, because those are things that can be put in later by the individual homeowners. I like to see, kind of like what we see with the house, like the foundation of it, that it's secure, that it's strong, that it can be expanded on, a landscape, and that it really suits the environment. So I say it sounds like some changes are going to be made to, we're going to ask for some changes with the actual house. So I'm thinking that some more thought could go into the landscape. And, I think you could ask Karen but I think ceanothus variety, the hopseed bush is okay. It's also important to put botanical names just when you get somebody to do this planting schedule, because it really gives you the specific variety that we're looking at. Because if you say hopseed bush, or there are a lot of different ones. If you say, well, ceanothus is Yankee Point, but coffee berry, there are a lot of different coffee berries. So we really want to see the exact variety that you're asking for. And you can find it online, or you can ask somebody, could ask me, and I tell you. But right now, I think just for expediency, I think all the notes that she put sound good.
Oh, Linda, just to add to that, this is Camille, I would add the quantity of each of these, and then also the size, like if it's a 5 gallon.
Yes, I don't know if it was on this plan or the other. I saw a notice that it said that they were going to be 1 gallon, all plants 1 gallon. And typically we recommend larger than that, 5 and larger for significant. So that's where, forget about the flax things or the Spanish lavender, that's going to come in a 1 gallon. But when you're talking about a tree so a hopseed bush is it's just a large shrub. And so that's going to be a more significant size container.
So it sounds also like, sorry if I can just step back a little bit, that you're suggesting that we need to see a few larger, either trees or larger bushes to provide some structure to the landscape.
I think so. So you've got, I didn't realize, so I don't see it on the plan, the existing cypress trees. So they're somewhere in the front there. We kind of thought they were where it's
shown.
You'll see them on the survey plan.
Okay. So, and you could do, because they can be pruned, you can actually do another cypress in the back corner, or another tree like the Metro Citrus, which is the tree that you have in Miramar. It's the New Zealand Christmas tree.
Do we have a survey in here? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Linda, but my understanding is I think all we have is a site plan and a landscape plan. And then the civil sheets show a little bit more of, what would be on a survey, but I don't see an actual.
There should have been a survey plan that came with the set. So if I add that in later, I will.
Okay, great.
It was done by.
Sorry, go ahead, Linda.
Well, the only other thing was just for clarity, I think it said 7 eucalyptus to be removed. And I don't know why you had that number in there, because It's obviously a lot more, and I'm not objecting to it. I'm just saying it's not accurate. It's right in that box where we have the planting. I think it says 7 eucalyptus. So.
So let me add into that. The eucalyptus trees that were on my particular property was 7 to 9, but there was also some in the right of way, or I shouldn't say the right of way, in the buffer between my house and the lane on the left. And the neighbors asked that I would take those out for them because, you know, they're in fear of fire just like everybody else.
Oh, okay, fine, thank you. Yeah, because I was up there counting, like, it looked like almost 30 trees.
It looks like a log jam.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right, so that's kind of what, that was, all those notes were great.
Okay, so I think we've got some broad brush recommendations that need to be addressed as far as meeting the design standards, and also as far as the needing of small, medium, and large size plants and a slightly, you know, more elaborate or detailed planting plan and schedule. Do you have any other thoughts or comments, Linda? What did you have any thoughts about what Rebecca and I had expressed as concerns for, you know, meeting the guidelines?
Yeah, I agree. I was thinking that, as Tim Pond said, I thought with a smaller property, it does kind of fit the neighborhood. I thought that I wasn't so opposed to it. I wasn't crazy about the overhanging extension over the garage. But I also thought that visually, that one image just makes it seem, because there's a matter of perspective that's happening in that you know, in that one, that makes it seem like it's really protruding. Where it's straight on, it looks a little better.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. We never see anything straight on in real life. The perspective is going to be a little bit better representation, which is, yeah, when I saw that, I had the same thought.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, the one thing about, and I'm not sure if you were saying this, Katie, if it goes to the back, if it's moved to the back, then you also have the matter of privacy for the neighbor who has the 1 story. So that, I thought that was maybe a concern, where this doesn't affect anybody, you know, being in the front. But I was looking at that and wondering if you, but then it would be more, you know, if you enclose that wall, that where the, you know, the 6x6 or whatever those supports are, if that were enclosed, so it just on that side. So
yeah, I think there's floor area considerations that are probably the limitation for that.
Yeah.
I was thinking if this whole bottom section
Just shifted forward.
just, well, it goes to here. Yeah, if this was just shifted forward, this isn't an unreasonable crawl space back here, so I don't feel like that's creating crawl space issues. And then if anything, it, you know, that's a covered porch. That doesn't look like.
Yeah, I mean, and I wouldn't object to the second floor overhanging 18 or 24 inches, but this feel, you know, and then there could be some treatment of the posts that made them feel a little bit more substantial. But I think we're all in agreement that this is,
yeah, the massing needs to be kind
hanging
of
out
revised a bit.
there. And I do think from the rear, I have no problem with the rear elevation. I think it's primarily just the long flatness of the sides and the overhang at the front that really needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
It's interesting because the porch, the plans read like this would be a balcony over, you know, sort of like a patio. But when I look at the demonstration of scale, it doesn't look like a porch. It definitely looks more like a 3-season room, or like it's going to just be conditioned, you know, regular floor area, which I think it counts as regular floor area anyway. These are different drawings that I'm seeing on this posting, right?
Paul?
I can't tell. They're so
Are they
small.
the same?
The perspectives were taken from the original set of drawings.
Well, I just meant the elevations even are different, and it looks like
In what way?
it looks like these drawings, this sheet, for instance, is not in our set. Is that an old drawing or a newer one?
That should know that was part of the original drawing. That was done by Justin. So the only thing that I see missing on the perspective is a little roof overhang over the entry door on the left side as you look at the house, right there, yeah.
Right,
But,
yeah,
Okay,
it's
I
confusing.
was
Is there a
also-
porch on the front or not?
because that's a window.
Well, it's more like a sunroom porch area. It's not part of the living area.
But it's enclosed.
It's enclosed, correct.
Okay. I think those are things we need to be able to read clearly and consistently across.
Well,
the
it's on
Yeah,
the floor,
because,
spells it out on the floor plan. Look at the second floor.
A 3.0 does call it out as covered porch.
mhm.
You know, and then you see a sliding glass door going out to it, and you got windows. It's a porch.
Yeah, the downside is that the porch is so defined with the lower wall and the big post expressions that it doesn't actually really give us the feeling of depth that would be giving some articulation to the front. And maybe it's just misleading because, you know, in that looks like there's a window there. These all look like there's windows there.
And maybe if it were just not a covered porch or not so deeply covered, I don't know, Katie, if you could go to A 3.0 this is something I forgot to bring up before. Yeah, so first of all, it does say they're covered porch, but since the roof comes out so far, and the other thing is maybe it wasn't on, there was another drawing where there was a 45-degree angle shown, but it really looked like it was not just cutting through Eve. I guess if it's uncovered, it is just cutting through Eve and not through.
Well, you know, the projection of the porch or whatever you want to call it right there, that does add some articulation to the building. You know, it's not just floating out there, it is being supported.
If you look at it,
The other thing I may add in there, you know, if so desired, if I added an ADU into this, then I could pick up whatever square footage and go behind the garage into the gate I have right there and go back farther and actually give it a nice ADU versus, you know, what we have right there. It would be smart to add an ADU onto the plan, like Tim said. I would agree.
When you say versus what we have, is this intended to sort of be an ADU down here?
No, right now that's a game room.
So, you know, Katie, when I first looked at it, I thought, oh, this looks like it's easily converted to an ADU, but it's so much sub-grade. And then I mean, I don't see how you would have egress and light and air.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's another
certainly a thing that could be pursued.
There's another way to articulate this. If I did put an ADU in there, I could go farther into the setbacks and give it some more articulation.
That'd be worth exploring. Katie, do you mind going to A 4.0 for a second? There's just one other thing I want to mention before we finish, which is, yeah, on this view where you see the daylight plane. So yeah, it looked to me like some of that is going through building and not just overhang, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing with
like a structure.
With hand drawings, there's a lot of room for error or lack of coordination. But I think that, you know, there's obviously a lot of opportunities here, I think, that have not been explored from 5 years ago when this was originally drawn up. And I think that there definitely is a lot more attention that needs to be paid to these particular sections of the guidelines when you go back and look at this with Karen. And I think that she'll probably find a lot of great ideas for how to improve based on the feedback that we've given.
Well, my question is, if I start bumping out the second floor, that means I'm moving into my setbacks, then I'm asking for a use permit, which I don't want to be doing.
Well, no, the guideline required, or the guideline is that a second floor step in, not out.
Okay, so only step in. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that there's definitely other things that can be utilized to help with breaking up that long facade, you know, even just breaking up this roof line with a little bit, you know, a gable on the side somewhere. So I think that the big issues are definitely this space right here, the long uninterrupted primary roof form. There's not really primary and secondary roof forms. There's not really any articulation other than, you know, windows. There's no wall articulation at all happening on this side. So I think that there's a lot of creative ways to solve this, and, you know, you'll need to go back and work on this with your architect to figure out how to do that.
So mainly why this house was designed this way was to meet your, it was done with the daylight plane in mind. Okay, it wasn't done with
Well,
articulation.
there's daylight plane and facade articulation, which is one section of the guidelines, and another section of the guidelines is wall articulation. And then another section of the guidelines is about roof forms, having primary, secondary roof forms, not having long uninterrupted eave lines.
Can
So
we
I
get-
think,
Can we get Camille's interpretation on that, please?
sure.
Oh,
We don't-
versus wall articulation versus facade articulation.
Yeah, they're two different sections of the guidelines.
Yeah, so wall articulation is the insetting and outsetting. I don't know, I would, what's
ahead.
that?
Oh,
Would you
I was
work-
just gonna try and give them the code.
Oh,
section.
yeah, let's look at it.
So,
Does anybody know offhand which section? So I can
Yeah,
type it there quickly.
so daylight plane is D, and so it's 65. I need to go up to the top. It's always hard to read these. So it's 65.20D, elements of design, section 1, building mass, shape, and scale. So it's one.
So this is one of those just.
I mean,
for
I can
reference.
screen share it if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great. This is
Okay.
definitely the one about the stilts that we were talking about. And
Okay,
just a
cool.
little time check, we've got 9 minutes left on
Yeah.
this one.
Oh, right here.
So here's daylight plane versus facade articulation as ways to comply. And then the next section is wall articulation. These standards
so-
apply in either the daylight plane or facade articulation options.
Okay, so
Reading section.
reading, wait, before you go too far down, can you go up? Because really it's a choice, it's an option between daylight plane or facade articulation. If it's just a problem with the drawings, Paul, like you just need to show that it doesn't run through the house.
Well, no, the reason why it was designed as a daylight plane was to avoid having problems with projections and stuff like that encroaching into the setbacks, because we don't want to ask for a use permit.
Right,
So if
I
you-
don't think that
if
you
you
need to ask for a use
hold on.
permit.
You're already getting a use permit, Paul.
Okay, well, I mean, a variance type of situation where I'm
Well, that's,
extending.
no, it's built into the use permit process, actually. But I want to give you points credit for complying, even though you're going through a use permit process. But
Yeah.
if you could show true compliance with daylight plan, I think it's just like your drawings are a little
Okay, so let me ask this favor. Since you guys did a really nice job on Ed Love's job right there, why don't you draw a couple things in there that you like, that you may like in the plan? So when we take it back and bring it back in, we can incorporate
Well,
that.
we're already here for about 6 hours today, away
Okay.
from our jobs and not getting paid. We're not here to design this for you. I want to show you the sections of the guidelines that we're responsible for making sure that all projects comply with. Daylight plane and facade articulation are two options for complying with section D. Regardless, section E applies. These standards apply in addition to either the daylight plane or facade articulation options in the preceding section. So this is the section you should be looking at for compliance to wall articulation. And then there are subsequently, I don't know, Katie, if you have the section pulled up, the roof plane options, but I don't, here it is, roof
Right.
design is section 3A, massing and design of roof forms. So I would encourage you to review the guidelines.
yeah.
And, I think it's really great that Linda was making some very strong recommendations about specific plantings, but that is not our role.
Okay. Yeah. But
Yeah,
I think they've
and
already
I-
provided some really good feedback, but I also wanted to add really quickly that there's a section of the zoning regs, Paul and Karen, that allow for 2-foot encroachment into the setbacks for architectural features. So you can keep that in mind. You can go a little bit into the setbacks.
Yeah, I think if you guys kind of dig in, familiarize yourselves very thoroughly with the guidelines and also some of those sort of options that you can help with, such as that architectural feature encroachment that Camille mentioned, then those will be great tools to be able to work on, improving the design, improving the value of the project for you as well. And I do want to just kind of echo a little bit of what Rebecca said, but with a little more information. When there's projects that we can make small minor adjustments during the hearing in order to get it to the finish line, then we try to do that within the timeframes that we have. But when there's a lot of big areas of the guidelines that are not being met, like we're seeing today, it's just too much. And at that point, we're prescriptively designing the project, and that's where it's too much. I'm not done talking yet. That's when it's too much really to ask from the committee. So we do our best to try to make recommendations if a project can be conditioned in that hearing, But in this case, there's too many big changes that need to be made for us to really take that role. And as Rebecca said, that's not really our job.
Okay, is it my turn to talk?
Yes.
Okay, since we lost 15 minutes due to microphone problems, you know, we would have been able to address this at this point in time. We would have had the additional time for you to draw onto the plans, just like you did for Ed Love's project. That's what I would appreciate. And so with that being said, I guess we have to get on to the next project.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with 15 minutes, it wouldn't be enough time. And we're talking about big enough architectural changes that it's outside of our comfort zone and our purview for our role in the project. You know, like Rebecca said, our job isn't to design this for you, but if there's small changes that can be made that will better meet the guidelines, we're always happy to help applicants with that within, you know, the timelines that we have. If only 15 more minutes would have been enough, then I think we probably would have been able to make a concession. But there's a lot of areas that we've pointed out that aren't meeting the guidelines. And I think that everybody's going to be better served if you can go back with your architect and take some time to digest it and try to find ways to execute it that will meet the guidelines in a better way. So with all that said, I know that we've got about 4 minutes left. At this point, I think it's pretty clear that this one isn't going to be a good choice for a vote today, but that is your choice. If you wanted us to take a vote on the project, or if you'd like to request a continuance to come back at a later meeting date with some changes to the design.
Well, I can already see where the vote's going, so we'll have to come back at a later time.
Okay.
So, Katie or Rebecca, help me with wording. Just
Yeah, this one's pretty easy. We just basically say that the applicant has requested a continuance and that we look forward to seeing the project at a later date.
And then when you write up the findings and Katie and I can review and help you with that, we'll try to summarize the major issues that we identified today.
Yeah, Paul, Karen, we're going to capture these sections of the guidelines where we feel that improvement needs to be made with a little bit of information on how, you know, to address those concerns.
So one question, I can't remember which one of you did some additional exterior elevations for my hotel in Mateo, but you know, your elevations were really nice. So if you have anything to feed into this project, feel free to add into it.
And Paul, I think from working with these two women, the review of the project that we're going to send out for continuance, it'll be very specific what you know what to do. So you'll be able to meet it and with your own artistic choices. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure Karen will take all your advice and do a great job on it. Do you have any questions, Karen? Are you still there?
Okay, so let's, so we're going to vote on a continuance, or we don't vote, we just say that.
Yeah, we're pretty much there. So we'll be providing a letter to the applicant with the areas that need improvement for the continuance.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, you're not done
So
with
we
it yet.
We have 1 minute.
Well, yeah, you can come back in a minute.
Are we just rolling into project 3?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, pull that up. Shall we just go right into it?
can.
Let me read.
But is my
Yeah,
architect
right.
online? Is Karen online?
Her picture's there, or her name is up. She's not hearing. Karen,
Just muted herself.
there she is. Okay.
Is she on?
Karen,
Hey, Karen. It seems like you're on. Please let us know.
And we've seen her mute and unmute. I think she might be having audio problems.
Yeah.
It's an
Karen?
audio.
Wow, sounds like Linda.
Karen, if you can
Yeah.
hear us, do you want to maybe jump into the chat and tell us if you're having difficulty?
I see her. Can't hear you.
Nope.
She might have to call in just like Linda.
Yeah, but you have to get,
Karen, I'll provide you with the instruction to call in.
Okay.
Please check the chat box.
Hey, guys, I'll come back for the item at 4 o'clock. See you guys.
Okay,
Thanks, Camille.
Thanks, bye, Camille.
Hi, Camille.
so it's now 3. I'll start our next project and then Karen can come in. Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So owner applicant Paul McGregor, file number PLN 2017-00343, location Coronado Avenue, Miramar. Assessor's parcel number 048013220. Consideration of a design review recommendation to allow construction of a new 3-story, 1,699 square foot single-family residence with an attached 800 square foot accessory dwelling unit, ADU, and a 410 square foot 2-car garage on a legal substandard undeveloped 4,400 square foot parcel, certificate of compliance PLN 2015-00281, associated with a non-conforming use permit, UP, to develop the substandard sized parcel with the main floor, 2nd story, encroaching 2 feet and 2 inches into the left side setback, where 10 feet is the minimum side yard setback required, and a hearing level coastal development permit, CDP. The project includes minor grading, no tree removal. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with the design review standards. The ADU is a ministerial project that does not require review by the CDRC. A hearing before the Planning Commission on the DR, CDP, and UP will take place after August 11th, 2022. The project is appealable to the California Coastal Commission project planner, Summer Burleson. And Karen, if you're there, you could.
Don't worry about it.
I'll try to find.
All right, thank you.
I was talking to Karen in the chat. She said she's having audio issues. She's available by chat, and I asked her to take a look at the call-in info that Glenn has listed there in chat. So hopefully she'll be able to join over the phone shortly. Glenn, please let us know if you do see a new phone number pop in that we can have her upgraded to speak.
Well, do you want me to take some of the downtime while we're at it?
Well, if you want to present the design to us, that would be great, because I know that you worked on this originally with a previous architect.
Absolutely.
And Katie, would you please put up the project, visually so that I can see it while
Sure.
he's talking?
Yeah, sure.
Thank
And
you.
Paul, if you have specific pages you want me to navigate to, please just let me know.
It sounds like she might be in the meeting now. I don't know. Okay, this is 130 Coronado with an ADU. It's behind the Miramar restaurant, private street, and so forth. I built 3 homes on this street. I own 171 Coronado, which currently I have an ADU built behind it. I built in this neighborhood for the last 20 plus years. So originally this project had a home that was designed for it to match the existing homes. But in the interim, before getting grandfathered in, the tsunami rules have changed. So FEMA took away the additional height that you could build your house to. So at one point in time, a lot of these houses on the street, which I built, including 150, 170, and 171 in Coronado, were raised up on stilts or whatever you want to call it. So during the interim, that was taken away from the original project, which looked more consistent with the one next door, which would be the tan colored house to the right of the home. Okay, so I would have been approximately as tall as that one, and it would have looked similar to that with some gables and stuff like that. There you go. So that's a subject lot right there. There's 2 lots side by side, 2 vacant lots. I own the one closest to the tan colored house, the stucco house. Then if you veer off to the left, I don't know if you can see the green one right there. I built both of those. I built that one in about 2010, 11. And then the Victorian style house I built in about 2002.
Sorry, Paul, just to keep us on track with time, let's try to talk just about the subject property.
Okay, so here's what we're looking at. So through redesign, we came up with a new interpretation of the house that we want to put there. So she has a mix of stucco and siding and so forth. It's well articulated, I believe. That's my opinion. It fits in with the neighborhood. It's lower in height than the existing homes in the neighborhood. Some people have complained about flat roofs, but there has been a number of flat roofs that have been recently approved. One being on Cortez, I believe, in the last year or so. It was in between two homes, 40-foot wide lot. The other one is 124 Magellan. It's a rather large house, all flat roof. And I think this flat roof design works well for what we're trying to achieve. The back of the house, the lower portion to the back, is where the ADU is going to be. And so that is approximately 795 square feet, call it 800. The entrance to that ADU would be on the right-hand side as you face the house. Hence, that's why we have additional pavers on that side to incorporate parking for the ADU. The house will be handicapped to a certain degree. It'll have an elevator in it, some decks and some views and so forth. So the colors fit well with the neighborhood. I believe the articulation fits well. The contemporary beach style and complements the neighborhood. Colors are good. And I think that's about where we need to be right now. Oh, and as far as the landscaping goes, this landscaping would be similar to the home that I own at 171 Coronado. I don't do any watering on this property. It's all drought tolerant, and there we go. And maybe we can get Karen in there.
Karen, are you able to talk now? No, okay.
Oh. Is she here? Is Karen here?
I see her.
I can see her, she can see us, she can talk through chat. Did you try calling in, Karen? If you look at the chat, there's a phone number there. You can call in so that we can hear you. That's what Linda needed to do.
Yeah, the 669 number. Call it in and dial your meeting ID. Then you can jump by phone.
Great, thank you.
Can you give her the phone number to call?
We just did. It's in the chat.
We just did. Karen, I can read it to you if you can see the chat. It's 669 900 6833. Dial that number, then I'll give you the meeting ID. The meeting ID is, it seems like she's looking at the screen.
I heard something.
And I think that was my phone. I just silenced it.
So,
Karen, are dialing? Oh, yeah. I see your phone. I see a raised hand from Carrie. Carrie, just for information, we're going to open for public comments later. And also, Tim. We'll let you know once we're ready to open public comments. It's not working, Karen? Do you see the, do you use the, did you use the meeting ID?
Do you want to try to type in the chat window?
Yeah, type in the chat. Let us know what the issue is.
so I'm typing, are you typing in, Glenn? Because I'm giving her the ID that you gave me.
Yeah, I just gave her the ID, the same instruction that I gave you earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully she will be joining the call that way. So
All right.
Karen, just for information, after the meeting ID dial pound, That's normally how Zoom wants us. That's usually how Zoom take numbers, take meeting IDs. Hey,
Okay,
Carrie, can you please let us know your issue in the chat.
I just asked her if she could hear us and call us, because I don't see her on my screen.
Is there any way you can call her?
Oh, I see the 510 number.
Karen, is
She-
that you?
Can't post her number on
Hi,
here.
Karen, is that you? The 510 number.
I can hear you.
Oh,
Wait,
there-
say that again?
Hello?
Yes.
Karen,
we
is
can
that
hear
you? Yeah. Can you hear
Wow.
We can hear
Yes.
you now.
We do. We can hear you.
All right, the *6 worked. I was pounding away on the chat, you know, I don't know if anybody was reading it or not.
No, the
but
only
I'm
message
here.
that I saw from you in the chat was, sorry, I'm having audio issues. I'm available by chat.
Oh, I've been typing the whole time, so.
Did you
I'm
see
sure
any
it'll show up.
responses? Have you seen our response?
No, no, but I could hear you fine, and I was calling in, I was doing the meeting ID, I was doing everything, so I'm here now. I don't know what happened. I've got you on my phone, and I see the screen just
Okay.
fine.
Good to have
Okay,
you.
so Karen, Paul has given us an update on the project, but were you able to hear what he said?
Yes, I heard everything.
Would you like to add to it in the presentation?
Yeah, some of the things that I think that might be a concern for you were, you know, the blending in of the neighborhood, you know, making sure that the style of the project was suitable for the neighbors, the neighboring houses, and didn't detract at all. There were some issues that we were dealing with planning as far as windows looking onto other people's properties, which we resolved. And I think for the most part, we've addressed every aspect of a concern. And this is what we want to present today. I mean, it's a beautiful project. It's, you know, it has some issues that I think that the city probably wants to still address, like the roof line and maybe some of the uses of some exterior sidings. So we're ready to discuss it.
Thank you. So I guess I could start. We don't have any public comments on this one, do we, Glenn?
Well, you got clarifying questions first, and then
Yeah.
open up to public.
Okay, all right.
Also,
So,
also mute,
yeah.
sorry.
Do you have any clarifying questions, Linda?
We do have some public comments.
Okay, we'll get to those.
Linda, do you have any clarifying questions?
I have no clarifying questions at this point.
Okay, I think I only have one clarifying question so far. In section A, I was wondering what this is that we're seeing here at the bump out of the kitchen.
Just a textured balcony. So
That's a balcony?
I'm not sure if I'm seeing the correct.
Is that right
Okay,
here?
we have the balconies up there. Oh, it's just a pop out, a textured architectural extrusion from that lower level. Yeah. And then a lifted wall up above. So it's just a matter of, you know, architectural design. That's not a balcony. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. That right there, yeah.
So in this section, does this stick out further than the wall of the kitchen?
It's just a bump out that I was proposing for an architectural feature. So just a little bit, yeah.
So would that be more accurate if it was like this? is this supposed to stick out further? Because I'm a little confused. This looks like it's all, let's see, is this?
Yeah, that shows it at one level, but originally it was supposed to have a little bit of a cap to it. So that particular elevation should show a line where the cap is.
Okay. So am I correct in understanding that these elevations are not showing that expression that you showed in the section?
Just that one issue, yeah.
Okay, and is the elevation accurate or is the section accurate?
I would say that the section is accurate. And
Okay.
that there should be a line right there at the elevation, just showing that little pop out area.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not really following what that design expression is supposed to be. It's a little hard to understand from.
I would say
only-
represents the plan.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I would say the elevation represents what she's trying to portray.
Okay,
My-
so
my-
this is not supposed to be there. Is that correct? This would just be a little sloped roof that goes, you know, sheds water. That's it.
Well, that area that you're looking at right there is more of a flat top roof. So whatever that is protruding right there might be something in the background. But I would say that where you're pointing at, what is this, or the section that goes out past the wall, the small piece,
So the part that I'm trying to figure out,
that would not be representative of the elevation. So if you go to elevation, front elevation,
the front elevation,
front elevation. That's the rear, there we go. So then it looks like there's a little bit of a roof that pops out on top of that. Yep,
okay. Okay, so the section is incorrect.
it might be a little off. So that if you're looking at 07.01, I would say that represents what you're looking at in the section.
What is 07.01?
The number that's pointing to the front
This.
elevation roof right
Okay.
there.
All right, so that's like some coping or something, right?
Yeah, it's just like a small extension to give you some articulation.
Peel and stick barrier roofing. Okay.
I can't
Mineral
read.
surface, it says GAF Weather Watch mineral surface peel and stick leak barrier roll.
That's the torch down roofing. That's what she's pointing at right there with that number.
Okay, so it's a torch down roof up here. What is the fascia?
Look at the schedule.
Is it gonna,
Probably a 2x10 or 2x8, I would imagine.
do either of you have an answer offhand without me having to read through your whole schedule on what the fascia is going to be?
I would imagine it'd be a 2x10 fascia. How about, would you agree, Karen? Close to it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Rebecca, do you have clarifying questions?
Yeah, if you could just stick on the front elevation. I was just struggling a little bit also with reading the schedule and reading it against the hatches, just looking at that number one. There's a hatch which looks like stucco on the bottom. Yeah, but it's called out as 901, which is the same as the top floor is called out as 901. Both of those are 4x8 hardy board, but I don't know if they're just a different color, which isn't what's represented on the 3D, or if this hatch is just maybe a vestige of some earlier plan.
Karen, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, can you take a look at the rendered elevations? Do we have those available?
We do. So is the rendering correct?
Yes, that is, there's stucco, and then there's the hardy plank. And we're using those on all different levels. So you'll see that, yeah,
So
called out.
it's not stucco, it's called out as
stucco,
hardy board, yeah?
So
Yeah.
these are 4x8 panels, and we're not seeing any of the lines that show us what the pattern is going to be with those panels, correct?
Right.
Okay.
And then the hardy fiber cement, can you zoom in on that image for number 2? Siberian wood tag. I mean, that doesn't look, that's not what a hardy cement panel looks like to me. That looks like wood. Is the intention that this be something that has like a true wood look, or what color?
Yeah, it has a wood texture to it.
Okay, yeah.
And
That
then
photograph looks like a photograph of wood.
you can also buy it stained to look like wood.
So what is your intention?
I would say it would look like wood stained.
Okay,
Similar to a house on Main Street in Montera, right by Highway 1 right there. You guys are probably familiar with that house. There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
none of these are those products, I don't think. We might need a little bit of extra specification.
I mean, I think that's for the question period, that's all I need to know. I'm content to go to open it to public comment if there aren't other ones.
Linda, do you have questions?
Comment?
No clarifying questions. So we could open it to public comment then, if there is any.
Glenn, can you please open it to public comment?
Okay, so are we now opening for public comments?
Yes.
Okay, so we're now opening for public comment for item number 3. The correspondence for this project received prior to this meeting have been uploaded to the meeting page on the county planning webpage and forwarded to CDRC. I'll read the public comments from who are not present in this meeting. So received comment from Mr. David Hodge, who is not present this meeting. He's a Myanmar resident. He states that he supports the project as he believes that is will be high quality and will add value to the community. I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment on the project to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand and to speak on the agenda item. I'll lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Mr. Tim Pond, please accept this. Please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
My name is Tim Pond. I live at 651 Potter Avenue in Half Moon Bay, California. I've lived on the Coastside for 30 years. I think this home fits well within the scale and size of surrounding homes in the neighborhood. I'm glad to see that it has an accessory dwelling built into it. I personally believe that the lot size for that zoning district is exclusatory and even discriminatory against people, and that this is a good step. And putting houses on these smaller lots makes a lot of sense environmentally and otherwise. The specific design utilizes materials which are consistent with the neighborhood, and the flat roof itself uses less material and creates a better building envelope for conservation of materials, heat, and so on than a pitched roof. So I'm glad to see that on the project as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And the next raised hand is from Sergey. Sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. I'm going to allow you to talk. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my very first time on Zoom. My name is Sergey Kibich. I live on 124 Magellan Avenue nearby. So I have one question to committee.
Sorry, can you please state your email address for the record?
Sorry, it's sserhiyk@hotmail.com.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. I got one question to the committee. Is Mr. Paul McGregor exempted from following San Mateo County zoning regulations dated by January 2022?
No, he is not exempt from following the zoning regulations.
In this case, I don't understand how come this project even brought to the hearing. There is black and white set about front setback, rear setback, side setback, and all that stuff about ADU, about everything. There's a lot of similar lots around where houses are located, front setback 20, back setback 20 feet, and sides 10 feet each.
So I can speak to that.
Oh,
I can speak to that a little bit. Well, Summer, do you want to address it?
yes, if I may, if this is the appropriate time.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, just speaking to the zoning regulations. So the property is in the S94 zoning district. All zoning regulations do apply to this project. Part of the applicant's request is for requires a non-conforming use permit for the substandard parcel size. And that also includes reduced setbacks as read in the agenda description for the sides. So the front setback requirement is 20 feet. The rear setback requirement in the S94 district is 20 feet. However, for an accessory dwelling unit, which is proposed for this property on the first floor, the rear setback for the accessory dwelling unit is only 4 feet. And that's what you're seeing. That's the portion that you're seeing encroaching into that rear 20-foot setback is the accessory dwelling unit proposed on the first floor. And then on the sides, the setbacks are 10 feet are the required as listed here. And part of the non-conforming use permit consideration is for the reduced setback on the left side to 7'10" for that second floor. I think that's the kitchen pop out there that you see on the left side. The right side setback is a 10-foot minimum, and I think they're just over 10 feet on that side. Hopefully that answers the questions there.
No, in the agenda it says encroaching 2 feet 2 inches into the left side. It's not right. 10 feet minimum required. It means it has to be 10 feet. And another thing about side and rear setback for accessory dwelling unit. In section 6429.1, it says side and rear setbacks for accessory dwelling units created entirely within the space of an existing structure, setbacks shall be those already existing for that structure. It's black and white. It's everything is clear. I insist that these plans to be revised. They cannot be accepted as they are.
So the rear setback for an accessory, so an accessory dwelling unit, the provision that you read, so this is a proposed accessory dwelling unit that's beyond, the footprint of the residence that's being proposed. And so 4 feet are the side and rear setbacks for the accessory dwelling unit. And then, as I mentioned, the zoning regulations provide opportunity for an applicant to seek a non-conforming use permit for situations like this, where they're on a substandard parcel and they're proposing new development on an undeveloped parcel and may need some exception from a zoning standard, such as a setback. In this case, it's the side yard setback.
May I ask a follow-up question, Summer?
Yes.
With regarding the use permit, so my understanding is that these issues are not really in our purview at the committee, that these are staff issues to resolve whether the conditional use permit is approved or denied. But does the fact that we have arrived at the hearing indicate that staff is supportive of this, or is this a step that happens before those considerations?
I would say this is a step that happens before, staff is able to kind of give a final recommendation for support of the project. But the fact that it's being brought to the design review committee should be indication that staff has reviewed and, the project relative to conformance with zoning standards, and the project is either in compliance or is seeking the necessary permits to allow for exceptions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I think to Sergey, I think the sort of point of my follow-up question is to say that the exceptions, the exemptions that are being requested are not actually part of what we're reviewing here today. Those are issues that are dealt with at a staff level, and that our role is only to discuss whether the design of the structure is in conformance with the county guidelines.
Yeah, to add to that, though, I know that in previous projects, the CDRC's stance on whether or not requested variances and use permits were supported by our committee is something that's captured in the staff report when it goes to the planning commission.
Okay, yeah, so I guess that's my question, is sort of if we're supposed to be weighing in on those matters.
Am I correct in that understanding, Summer?
Yes, I think particularly if it's, an exception being requested related to a design aspect for the design review committee, that the design review committees can, considering, staff is definitely open to that feedback. And that's partly why, we don't have a recommendation at this point, because we consider the design review committee's, feedback as, into our final recommendation for a project.
Great, thank you for the clarification. Are there other community comments?
Yeah, so I see another raised hand that's from an email address. I guess that's Mr. or Miss Folan. I'm going to unmute you. Please accept the invitation and begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So my name is Terry Foland, Foland. My address is 150 Coronado Avenue. And my email address is appearing there, but it's tfoland@wsgr.com. And I live in the house it's the greenhouse that looks quite similar to this proposed house, I would say. And yes, that one right there. And it's an exceptionally well-designed house and exceptionally well built. And I think if anybody should be concerned about this house that Mr. McGregor is proposing, it would be me as the homeowner whose potential view is going to be blocked by that. And I am in full support of this project. And I just wanted to be here to say that and to tell you that I think the design is quite nice. It fits in well with the neighborhood, particularly with the house that's, my house next door. And we're a close-knit community. Everybody's seen the sign that's been up. No one on the street, I think, has complained. So that's really all I have to say, unless you have any questions for me.
I do have one question for you. This project has quite a bit of white siding proposed, and that's a color that has generally not been supported by the guidelines and by the committee in the past, partially because of the glare, but also we're just in a more vegetated setting, you know, in a coastal environment, it's not as well suited as some of the other neighborhoods, for instance, on the peninsula. I wanted to hear your thoughts on this side elevation and the amount of white color that's proposed and how you feel about that light reflecting at your
How many want to
house.
paint it camo?
We weren't asking for feedback from the public right now, Tim, from you. Thank you.
You know, it's hard for me to say. I'm not an architect. I'm not, you know, I've never built a house myself. I can say, quite honestly, that there is a huge white house across from me. And I, you know, have lived with that. Obviously, it's not, you know, there's not glare into my house from that house. But, you know, I would think that that is something that's easily remedied if you think it's going to be a problem. I hadn't given it any thought, but I can't say I'm opposed to it. I think it would be, it looks like to me a nice, clean and, you know, sand colored almost. So I don't think I have an issue with that.
Okay, I wanted to ask because I know the committee will be discussing the color, and we have been discussing that color in the context of updating design guidelines. And I know that there are other homes in that area that do have white, you know, for instance, the house with all the glass block. So we'll be you know, discussing that when we get into internal committee discussion. But I think your house is probably the one that will be most directly impacted by the amount of white and glare and stucco. And so I wanted to get your feedback on that to see how you felt.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I also trust Paul or Mr. McGregor to do, not to do something that would have a negative impact on our property. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last raised hand is from Carrie. So Carrie, I'm going to unmute you. Please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record. Hi, Carrie, you may begin speaking now.
Are you muted?
She's not muted. Carrie, can you say something? If there's something wrong with your audio, can you please let us know in the chat box? I see that you're unmuted from my screen here. Okay, we still don't hear anything from Carrie. So Carrie, just for information, this meeting is for a recommendation or design is for design review recommendation. If you have any concerns or questions about this project, you may contact the project planner, senior planner Summer Burleson directly regarding the project specifics. And her email can be found on the agenda. Thank you. Okay, I have called upon all the raised hands. And there are no more raised hands for this item. Please indicate if you would like to close public comment.
Like to close public comment.
Okay, now we may begin the discussion session.
All right, Rebecca, you want to start this time?
Sure, I can start. I want to say today, again, I know we have this issue where the ADU is not in our purview to discuss, but we have to sort of still find a way to treat the structure as a whole. I think that, you know, definitely the street facade view looks really attractive to me and looks like it fits in. We are seeing a lot more modern homes in this neighborhood, and you know, obviously it's something on the committee that we're working towards trying to support more of, including more flat roofs. I do question a little bit the extent of the flat roof at the rear on which is, I guess, the ADU roof. So I don't know if that's intended to become a deck area or if it might be something that could possibly have a little bit more shape added to it. The side that we're seeing, the left side view also, this, yeah, where your mouse is, I feel like has plenty of articulation. I feel there's a lot that I like about this project. I do, I think it comes off better in the 3D views. It would be so nice if we had those actual files. When you just look at the elevation, the side view, the other side, which has less articulation, feels very tiered to me, in a way that really how it's just very linear and a little wedding cakey. I'm sorry, I don't have a more official architect sounding term than that to use. And I think that would be sort of an area where I'd be interested to hear your thoughts about it. I don't know if there are a couple of areas where the wood look siding is distributed. Like if you go to A2-4, thank you for driving. So on the west elevation, you see the wood look siding sort of traveling up 2 layers, which I think helps to break down the horizontality. I feel like for me, it might help better if the black fascias were interrupted as well. I think that would do a lot for me, like the way they are in the east elevation where the fascia stops at the volume that goes up. I think that move where you were asking for some clarification earlier, Katie, that move where the siding volume breaks the line of the fascia helps me a lot in terms of my reading of it. So that might be something I'd be interested in seeing if we could develop a little bit more of. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think that this expression that breaks the horizontality is very successful, and it sort of starts to balance that feeling out. And I do think that this side is better articulated than the west elevation. You know, I think that particularly with the whole base being one long facade that's all white, you know, I do think that having something vertical breaking up would be nice. I mean, even having something, even if it was material breaking up all the way to the bottom level, I think that that could make a difference.
The east, you know, where there's, I guess this is an in cut around the door and there's a little bit of siding. Yeah. Like, I feel like the east elevation is successful for me. And then if we could have something that breaks that tiered look on the west facade, that would help me support the application. I think there's, I don't know what you're feeling. I'm working myself on a project right now that's an ADU, a JDU, and a house, and I know that it is really hard to get clean alignment of fenestration between floors when you have so many different uses that you're trying to incorporate. I think the west is pretty successful there. There are double windows.
The west or the east?
The west elevation, I feel like looks fairly consistent. The east looks a little busier. I guess I'm wondering, since there's what looks like casement pairs or gliders, and then there's doubles and there's triples. I wonder if that might be an area where we might be able to create a little more consistency.
Oh, are you talking specifically successful in the fenestration placement?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was
like,
jumping
wait a
ahead.
minute. I thought you didn't think this was as successful.
Yeah. Sorry. I think the west. I think the east is more successful in the siding distribution. And maybe we should start with siding distribution, and then I just wanted to kind of discuss with the committee about how people feel about the number of different types of windows.
Yeah, I think I agree. I like how the siding placement breaks up the horizontality on this side. I think breaking up the fascia band is a big help in that regard. The placement of the siding feels almost arbitrary to me. It doesn't feel like it really has a composition, and I think that the composition and consistency is partially what's missing for me. It's something that unifies the design on all sides and makes it feel like it's united. So for instance, you know, and this is really literally just like hey, let's just start diagramming. Like that could be one vertical expression, and I wish we had a rendering of the front on the same sheet. But you know, that could be something that carried down, or like, you know, this is meant to be the same as the material up here. So this gets a little bit confusing. But you know, even if it stays on this level, something similar to that, I think on the other side, you know, could be helpful, even if it was like this one went all the way down, or you know, you could mix it up and have this side be the side that goes all the way down. Obviously, the interaction of the corner is something to think about. So it doesn't have to be there. It could even be back here, that it goes down to that and it breaks this up. So this full white base doesn't feel like it's one long piece. I mean, this, when it's one long uninterrupted wall like that, that is, you know, specifically one of the guidelines that we're struggling with.
Yeah.
But also one of the reasons that the guideline says to stay with, like, you know, natural warm colors is that white also feels more massive. So not only do we have one huge, you know, sort of base on this project that's uninterrupted, it's also a very bright color that makes it feel more massive too. So I think that if there were a way to distribute the siding a little bit differently, that would help a lot. I don't know if you have thoughts about, you know, specific placement on what you think might help in that regard. You know, even having this stick out and be a slightly covered entry over each of these from the fascia. Anything like that that starts to create depth on this side, I think would really help.
I think that having some little eyebrow roofs kind of at the line of the fascia tuck out, you know, say 18 or 24 inches, which they would be permitted to project into the setbacks anyway, over the entry door, both entry doors on the west elevation would be great. I know, again, we have a very full day and we don't have a ton of time, and we could get into sort of calling out specific areas of siding, but I wonder if there's some more general language we could develop to, let me finish, Paul, to try to make this easier for you, to condition maybe an amount, percentage of the wood look siding being distributed at 2 levels, breaking the fascia or distributed to the first floor. If we could find some kind of language that would just indicate what we think would help without necessarily trying to locate it for them, that might be my preference. Yes, Paul?
You know, I like your thought of continuing the second floor east and west elevation down to the first floor in the front, because it wraps around with the front of the project. And if you were to do a little on the east elevation in the back where you have the siding there, if you went down to the first story, I don't think it would look right. But I like the thought of the east and west elevation, what you're highlighting right now, to run down to the bottom.
The wood there where Katie has it in red.
Yeah, yeah.
Right here.
Okay, and then on the west.
Do the west elevation like
Is
you
there
showed.
a jog that I'm seeing there? Let me, if you stay there, I'm gonna toggle on my screen back to the floor plan and see if there's a natural place. So this is the.
So if we did an expression like this, my recommendation would be for this band to be broken here.
Agreed.
And then I would say adding a band here to cap it and help it look like it's terminated, because that's going to already be an interesting transition since this is flush. It's not shown as any kind of like a reveal or depth. So something like that would be cool. But if we had the wood look material here and here, then I think what we would need to do is have it be across the front of the garage also, right?
I would be in favor of that.
Because
I would be in favor of that too. That would actually, it would help me a lot, because also
I think it sort of grounds the project more visually.
Right, and I know, Katie, you and I have had these discussions before, and I'm generally feel supportive of it, but I also have a sense that heavier colors are appropriate at the base.
Yeah.
So if we wrapped the wood on those sides and on the front, that would go a long way for me. And yes, breaking the fascia, and it could be there catching those 2 windows, or I think that's a chimney on the second floor there. It could potentially stop at the line of the chimney, so at least visually it felt like that was coming down to the ground.
Where is it here?
I think that is a chimney projection, isn't it?
I don't
look at the floor plan. I don't think it projects.
I don't think anything projects on that side, which is kind of
on the west.
No, there is a little bit of
that. Yeah, I think that's what those lines are that we're seeing on the elevation. I don't know if that would be a natural place to bring
So
the,
that's on the third floor. Is it also on the third
it
floor?
looks like it's on the second and third.
Is that the intention, Paul, Karen?
Correct.
There's a jog there.
Okay.
But you know, that could be eliminated and go flat if so desire. I mean,
Well, maybe this terminates there. Is that what you were
Right,
saying?
that's what I was saying. Maybe that would be a natural place to,
Yeah,
to bring it,
yeah, I think so.
to use it.
So we break the fascia and then, I'm okay with this. I'm not sure what I think about the fascia here since there's a transition of
Well,
material.
maybe where the
It's right here.
siding is on the third floor should change then, not to be half stacked over this double volume thing that we're trying to develop.
So are you saying maybe this should go to stucco?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if there's a wood part there, maybe it should be somewhere else on the facade. Maybe it should push back to the back of that line.
Yeah.
Again, here's where I don't want to,
Yeah, don't want to get
wanna be
too much.
designing it, but,
Paul and Karen, what did you think about the suggestion of having this fascia line extend out 24 inches in depth over each of these doors to provide a covered opening and a little bit of depth on that elevation?
would that be cantilevered from the second floor, or would it be below the second floor and above the door?
I think it would be cantilevered from the second floor.
Yeah, the line of the
I would
fascia.
have no problem with that.
You say you would or would not?
I would not have a problem with that. I would be okay.
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 I'm taking these notes because what's been helpful for a lot of other applicants and for instance, for Linda, as she starts writing up the draft of any kind of continuance letter or recommendation, whichever way this goes, is that we've been sharing this and it's helpful for the architects sometimes to be able to have the visuals to document what we're looking for.
And maybe it could just be a suggestion to reconsider the distribution of wood siding at the third floor based on the changes being proposed.
I like what you've done so far. I mean, it makes sense to me. And then also do the front elevation if you want to highlight that.
I'm sorry, what was that last part about the second
The wood
elevation?
would wrap the front.
The elevation on the front, do that in the wood siding also.
Yeah, so what is the garage?
Yep.
And then this would probably break then, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, which is good
Yep.
because then it's gone there. I'm still okay with this part being.
I am too. I'm fine
Yeah,
with
because
that.
I think that's going to actually kind of add some depth visually to the project. Something else that I wanted to suggest or require, my computer breaks up again. There's a lot of lighting happening up here.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. I meant to come back to that.
So one thing I was thinking that I think would help, and I know this is a big slider and a deck, but I was thinking if we could eliminate these two sconces and maybe do 2 soffit lights.
That would be fine.
I thought that might be a little bit better. What were your thoughts about the lighting, Rebecca?
I was also just going to say that it should be 1 instead of 2, but if it's soffit lights, it can definitely be 2, and I think that would be more appropriate.
Okay.
But definitely, and I'm fine with the 2, 1 on either side of the garage door. I just think that that's appropriate.
Yeah.
But I would change to 1 sconce or 2 soffit lights. And I'm fine with conditioning it as soffit lights if Paul's okay with that, so. I think it'll quiet it down.
Okay, and then this expression is actually intended to continue up, is that right?
The wood siding?
Well, yeah, and the fireplace massing.
Well, no, because they're staggered. There's different, the third floor is brought in
It's stuffed in.
from the second floor. It's not as wide.
So it's not quite like a 2-story volume as we were thinking when we
It
were
does-
looking at flat
that-
side positions.
Okay, so then does this even need to actually be there then? That's not there in the elevation.
That is in the elevation. It's hard to see.
It's just
Two.
a thin line. Oh, you're right. It's not on the front elevation. I see what you mean.
Oh, I guess, is it
Yeah.
that? That's what that
Yeah.
is.
So
Oh,
you-
so that's actually kind of a little bit confusing because honestly, this is the primary facade on the third floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good. It's stepping back more than I thought. It looked like this was a continuation of the wall below all the way up. So then when we look at the elevation again, maybe this could maybe all just be stucco.
Yeah, I kind of like the look of it right now. It does give it some contrast and, you know, a little darkness up there,
Yeah.
even
Okay.
though it's set in farther.
Okay, let's see, one light at each side door, I think is fine. Are you okay with the sconces on the top here?
No, I think it should just be one, or it should be recessed lighting, same as
Yeah,
below.
because it didn't look like the roof overhang is gonna be quite deep enough.
Enough for that, then I would just ask for just one sconce, I think.
Might be nice if it did stick out a little further. That wouldn't impact your floor area. You'd have to exceed 4 feet in depth to count as floor area, right, Summer?
That's right.
Yes.
So that would be something that, would you be okay with that as a condition, Greg, if we extended this roof?
I would be, okay with that would be fine. And I would, and if you're gonna project it out farther, I would prefer
Here?
the can lights, the soffit lights up in there.
Yeah, that was exactly where we were going with that. So that's
Yep.
great. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then you wanted to talk about, we've got 4 minutes, so. we're
I
running a
know.
little-
Are you comfortable with the amount of, the 100% amount of flat roof?
I had a similar thought that I was wondering if that was going to end up becoming an outdoor entertaining space, but I'm comfortable with the amount of flat roof. I think that the flat roofs are more respectful of views actually for neighboring properties, because there's less volume to block their views. So I'm okay with it.
Okay. Linda?
Yeah, I'm okay with the flat roof. One thing I had thought of, since there was concern about color, is just to alter white to a more subdued tone, you know, something that would be a little more neutral with the wood tone, so there wasn't such a big change from wood to stucco.
Name on there?
Is there what?
Was there a color name on there? I want to just. look
Yeah,
it up.
it's white dove.
I think it was
Yeah,
white dove.
And I think I actually have it pulled up.
Oh, okay, that's white dove.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that something like a really light taupe could look nice, but I know that there's been a lot of discussion about white. And
I mean, that's not a super bright white.
yeah, this one is a little bit more like a light cream color.
I would like sand tone color myself. Just a little
Yeah,
closer to what the neighbor's house is, brown, but not that. He's got a tan color. I'd like a sand color. So I'd be okay with the sand color paint
Okay,
versus.
so could we say like maybe 2 shade, you want 1 shade darker?
I think 1 shade darker is sufficient. 1 to 2 shades, I mean, to give them the flexibility to be in a cream to
Yeah.
sand
Yeah,
color.
okay.
I
So I think we,
I just would say 2 shades, only because I think he likes what's going on next
Okay.
door. And I think then you have less of a big break between the wood and the stuff.
Okay. Wow, guys, we're kind of working well on a deadline today.
Wow.
see, sometimes we will draw for you, Paul. We're not being jerks, I promise.
Sorry, I know.
Okay, so I think that these are all improvements that make me feel comfortable with support of the project. I still would love to see, I would maybe have a suggestion be to find some way to articulate this wall a little bit more at the base.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with that being a suggestion.
I mean, it could be additional siding, you know, of the wood down towards the back, or it could be, what are you thinking, like backing out a bay window or something?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think that we're gonna already see, there's gonna be joints in this, because this is actually panels, and the joints would make a huge difference visually. So just moving forward on your other projects, Karen, if you're gonna be Paul's architect, please graphically represent those things, because the other thing that you know has an impact on is what are those seams in alignment with? Are they going to align with the windows? Is it going to be intentional, or is it going to look like weird placement where there's a seam right here, like 6 inches below or something?
If I may add, I built a property on the corner of Poplar and Highway 1, and we did use the hardy stucco panels, and you cannot see the seams after we installed them. We floated them, and And it looks appropriate. It's a green colored building, like these
Okay.
called avocado building.
Okay. So one other place that it could be interesting is maybe like right here.
I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with that.
This window might want to shift over a bit to miss that
Yep.
joint, but visually we could break the fascia here too, and it's going to kind of balance each side of the
Yeah, that helps a
elevation.
lot.
Okay, you're good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Linda, how do you feel? Are you feeling confident
I'm-
with the changes that we've
Yeah,
suggested?
Changes you made with that, the wood moving down, I think it looks very good. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm happy.
Is there anything you wanted to weigh in on landscape, Linda? I know we're kind of leaning on you.
Yeah,
for that.
could you just pull that up very quickly? Do your writing and then,
Yeah,
sorry,
there
Katie,
wasn't much there.
yeah, there
No,
wasn't
it's
much.
similar palette, and there is that daisy again that I know you were not in love with on the last one, although this is very flat.
Yeah, I think you could just, I think we just write in that we need sizable plants. We need larger than 1 gallon. Let me just see.
I would say that the planting plan is a little bit too linear. It needs to be a
Mhm.
little bit more organic.
I agree.
Yeah, definitely. You can, and you know what that means, Paul, right? You just can
Well,
pull
I
out.
like some bougainvillea and stuff like that to creep up the fence and,
Well, no, I mean, just like, having something that creates a little bit, like the Coastside is a natural setting. It's not, like a concrete jungle where everything is orthogonal and straight lines. And so the guidelines, I can actually show you. Let's see, where's the landscape?
to hire Linda to do the planting list for me.
So Paul,
this,
you said,
we're
go ahead.
basically doing the not this right now.
Okay. No, I get
Okay,
it.
so this
Yep.
is what we want.
I have no problem with that.
So when we write this up,
Yeah.
we'll refer you to the section and you guys can take a look at that.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can still use those same plants, but maybe group them, like you'd find naturally, like 3 together, then a blank space with smaller, then another 3. And I think these are, can you move over just a bit on the screen, Katie, after you're done writing? Sorry.
Oh,
Or did you want to see over here?
I should see a list of
To
plants.
see what they were called out. Coffee berry. Yeah. See, again, you're not really telling me what it is, which coffee berry, but that's
Right.
okay. Those are pretty wide plants, but I think you get the gist of it, and I'm comfortable with just saying, give it some thought, put in significant trees like you've done in other projects. Coffee berry can get wide if you've got a limited space there for walking.
Okay. Maybe they should look like your house.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of want to go for like a composition and layering with the planting like you would with anything else, right?
Yeah, and you know what, Scott, you got to look at your architecture. It's a modern house. You can think about that with the plantings too. So you're creating those bands of wood. So you create bands. I'm just saying this, but groupings of plants. So group them so they kind of go with the massing of the building.
More like corner
I-
elevation there.
What's that?
The left side of the front
Yeah.
entrance. They're grouped.
Yeah, the front, the lower
Yeah,
front corner.
this is definitely more successful.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so we're a little past time. I think that we got this to a pretty good place given our time constraints. Do we all feel good about moving forward with a vote?
Yes, I feel good.
Yeah, it's a question for Paul, right? Or request a vote?
I agree.
Okay, so now I tell me what I would say.
Let's see, so this one is is this a recommendation? Okay, so
I
you
think
would
it's a
say,
recommendation.
yeah, you would say that we would like to make a recommendation for approval, given all of the conditions that we have discussed. And then, someone else would second it.
So I'd like to make a recommendation that we approve this project with all the conditions that have been listed. And would anyone like to second?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Rebecca Ketkin,
Yes.
Katie Kostiuk,
Yes.
Linda Patterson.
Yes.
Okay, project approved. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you guys. We really appreciate the collaboration on these
Yeah, thank
changes.
you.
I think it's gonna be a great project.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. And we'll come
Thank
back to
you.
you. Oh, one
Ladies.
question before we get off. On the other project, when can I be put on the next hearing date? I guess that would be a summer question or Camille.
It's a question of how fast you turn around the revisions. Glenn may know, typically you have about a week in order to get on the next month's document.
Yeah, Paul, you'll just want to work with Camille.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, and just for Paul's information, next month agenda, we'll have many items probably. So we'll work with Camille and Camille will update you.
All right, thank you.
I would love a 2-minute bathroom break.
Okay, so we can come back at 4:07.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Oh, you can mute yourself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tim.
How are you today?
I'm doing well.
Let's see. Do I get the screen?
Yeah, if you're going to present, you can share your screen.
I guess the planner introduces the project first. Is that?
That will happen. That will happen later. We're now on a break. 2-minute
Oh,
break.
you are. Okay. Sorry.
So the CRC will return at 4:07.
4:07. Okay. It's 4:07.
Oh, 4:07. Give them like maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds more.
Okay.
Hi, Tim. I just made you a panelist and now also Rod. So I just sent an invitation. He hasn't accepted it. So I just want to know if there's any other people on your team.
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, so only you and Rod, right? Will be presenting.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. And Rod will be a panelist once he accepted the request.
I don't know if he's going to be here today. He was having some medical issues.
Okay, he's in the attendees room, and yeah, if he needs to talk, then he can message me.
Hi, I'm back.
Okay, we're at 4:08 now. And Doug is the community representative who covered this project. Doug, can you please?
Is Katie back? Are we ready to go?
Oh. Can you say that again, please, Doug?
Her screen's still up, sharing, so she must be.
Are you here, Katie?
Okay, let's wait for Katie.
She had to kiss her little girl goodnight.
It's only 4.
Oh, it's a boy? Well, you just didn't hear
It
about
feels like
it.
it's been a long day, Mark.
Since I didn't have to do Miramar, I snuck away and ran up Corey Park real quick and came back. It's a beautiful day out.
Don't brag.
All right, I'm back, guys.
All right, let's roll.
Okay.
Sorry, 2 minutes longer with a toddler delay.
See? I just got the
Good
gender
one.
wrong.
What was that?
No, nothing. I made a mistake.
Okay.
I said your little girl.
No, that's right. I was just saying it's not bedtime yet.
Oh,
Yeah, not bedtime yet. It's snack time before she loses her mind.
oh, so it's my ears. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Welcome.
still sharing your screen. Okay.
There you go.
I
Welcome,
am?
item number 4.
Yeah. Katie is.
Coastside.
Oh, where's my thing to end sharing? Oh, there it is. Stop share. Okay.
Thanks.
We good now?
Yeah.
Okay. Item number 4 of Coastside Design Review Committee, El Granada project. This is owner applicant Rodrigo Lacasia Barrios, file number PLN 2021-00478, location is San Carlos Avenue, El Granada, assessor parcel number 047-105-020. Consideration of a design review recommendation for the construction of a new 2,226 square foot, 3-story single-family residence with an attached 795 square foot accessory dwelling unit and 374 square foot garage on a legal parcel. On a legal 7,070 square foot parcel. Recorded certificate of compliance PLN 202-00448. Associated with a staff level coastal development permit and variance. The project includes minor grading with no tree removal. The ADU is a ministerial project that does not require review by the CDRC. The CDRC will render a decision, will not render a decision, but make a recommendation regarding the project's compliance with design review standards. Staff will make a decision on the initial study / negative declaration, CDP, and variance after August 11th, 2022. The project is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. Application deemed complete July 8th, 2022. Project planner is Glenn Gia. Okay. My name is, well, let's start with the architects first. We have architects Katie Kaustick.
Hello.
And Rebecca Katkin. My name is Doug Machado, and I am the community rep for El Granada. And let's see, Tim, are you presenting?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, and if you would like to present the project, you may.
Okay, are you seeing which screen are you seeing? Are you seeing the project?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Hey, you're doing good.
I was doing good for a second. I lost the project. Okay. Okay, maybe you guys can put the project up because I can't seem to get 2 screens open here on the Zoom. Do I have to?
I can see your desktop.
I know, but I can't get the plans back up.
Okay, if you want to stop sharing, I can share and you can let me know what sheets you'd like me to pull up.
Hold on, let me give it one more shot here. I don't know why when I went to share it, eliminated my other screen.
Tim, you may want to stop sharing and reshare so you can show us your PDF or movement.
Okay, now are you seeing the house again?
No, we can only see your desktop. Oh, now we can see the pet set.
Oh,
God damn it.
Uh-oh, that's on record.
Oh. Jumped up Moses.
Was it on the other tab? You have 2 tabs open for, it was
It
where the
is.
narrative is, but was it the other tab?
Yeah, it is on the other tab, but I can't open
Okay.
them both at once, and I had it set up to open both at once, so. I'll just go with the narrative. And if I could put the screen back to you guys, you can pull up the plans and
Yeah.
I'll. How do I get the screen back to you guys?
stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
Okay,
All right, I can share and you can let me know what sheet you'd like me to pull up.
let's just go to the color board.
The color board. This one? Okay.
That's the elevation. I think there's a color board on the,
You want the demonstration of scale?
That'll do.
Okay.
Okay, this house is a culmination of years of adaptive design to create a structure that respects all riparian corridor requirements, is situated within allowed county design requirements, and provides new housing stock to meet the county housing elements, county housing goals, and county housing policies and programs. The existing neighborhood is a mixture of mostly two-story established homes, with some of them reaching 3 stories on the uphill side and on the downhill side in the same neighborhood, with some recent new construction and older houses. There's a mixture of architectural styles ranging from coastal craftsman to modern and contemporary architecture on the street and in the neighborhood. This project is a modern 2-story home with an attached 2-car garage with materials and architectural elements consistent with surrounding neighborhood. It includes 3 bedrooms, 4 baths, and a powder room, and an open floor plan for living, dining, and family kitchen areas. There's a covered inset entry with a landscape side yard for off-street parking for the ADU. The entry to the ADU is located at the rear of the property at grade level and is not visible from the street. An uncovered deck off the living room and uncovered deck on the rear of the 2nd floor provides for family, friends, and neighbors to gather, since the riparian buffer zone allows limited remaining space for landscaping and recreational uses. The proposal incorporates various high-quality materials and finishes, provides multiple horizontal, vertical, and smooth stucco articulated planes. The flat pitch roof anchors multiple articulating planes on the 2nd floor, as well as setbacks from the 1st floor wall line. The very low-level roof lines break up the massing and reflect the scale of homes in the neighborhood. Both the 1st and 2nd story walls have high window placements, especially facing the neighbor's property, wherever possible at neighboring exterior window walls to achieve maximum privacy and optimize interior lighting at the same time. The 2nd story massing is slightly shifted to make space between the neighboring home, and the 2nd story left wall is inwardly tapered towards the rear. This condition minimizes neighboring shadow areas and maximizes solar access to both properties, as well as increasing views for privacy at the neighbor left side. All window placements have all taken into consideration the neighboring window locations to promote additional privacy. The front facade is well articulated, yet aligns with the front property line and is set back 4 feet from the front property line and is set back 4 feet from the property line to accommodate the 30-foot riparian buffer zone required by LCP 7.12, resulting in an uncommon, uniquely irregular usable area. Excuse me. The limited landscaping and extensive existing natural screening at the rear and west of the property will create a lush private environment for the home. It is purposely sized to be 26% of lot coverage, well under the 35% allowed. We have located the home optimizing the distance between the neighboring home at the left and maximizing coastal views for homes on the opposite side of the street. It's kept low to 22 feet. The homes on the upsloping side on the other, the upslope homes on the other side of the street have very little, if any, view impact of the ocean from this home. Our goal is to build a high-quality home with minimal physical impact to the contiguous riparian buffer zone while maintaining views for neighboring homes. We believe this project achieves these objectives. This project also, okay, so I think that's about how I'd like to introduce it. I don't know where to go from here exactly. We can look at the various articulations which we discussed. We can run through it. Probably hand it back to me. I'm capable of running one screen on Zoom.
Let's kick it off to the team here for questions.
Okay.
And then we'll just kind of run through it.
You guys want me to keep sharing?
Yeah.
Sure. Katie, do you want to start with questions?
Nope.
Do you not have any?
One question that I had was that I was just seeing some inconsistencies with the material placement at the front of the house compared to the demonstrational scale renderings. These aren't showing the reddish brown color all the way across the front. So I wasn't sure which is correct, because this down here looks like it would be all the way across the front also.
I would say the elevations would take precedent, but I'm not absolutely sure of that. The elevations would be a technically more succinct version. I don't know if Rod put that out to a third party or something to do those renderings, but my feeling is that the elevations would come before any rendering.
Okay, well, it's your project,
There's
so what do
also
you
a-
want it to look like?
There's a materials board. If you go up several pages, I believe it's,
Yeah.
okay,
color
actually, I'm
board, but
mistaken.
there's-
If you go to the color board,
Yeah.
that,
See how there's a discrepancy even within this page?
Yeah,
yeah, there's discrepancies with it. I like the gray stucco with the wood articulation on the left. I like that better. I think there's too much wood on the top one. So I will stick with the bottom row.
Okay.
okay.
And then that's a stone facing, yeah, exterior stone, Mariah stone.
Okay. I think that's all I had for a clarifying question for now. Honestly, the drawings were a little bit tough to navigate because there's not a lot of context on the site plan. So that was a little tough for me to be able to kind of get a big picture. And I know that there's
complicated layout.
It's complicated layout, and then I think also we've got some other there's the riparian corridor, and I know that there's some correspondence about that too. So I was actually hoping to get a little bit better understanding about these design criteria as we got into comments.
Yes, I also have some questions about the riparian corridor, but I have a feeling that the community and the applicant have spent a lot of time on those issues.
Yeah, I'm hoping we'll get a little update on that, and hopefully we can keep it a bit brief because I know we have some time constraints.
Yeah. Would you mind going to page A202, the west-east elevations for a moment? I think that I can keep it to just one clarifying question and then come back to the rest of this in discussion. Yeah. So on the left side elevation, there's this unusual, yeah, right there. There's this unusual fenestration. What does that correspond to on the interior? Where there's two skinny little windows and then the awning window between them?
Just a moment.
Hopefully it's not the master bath.
It looks like that's kitchen area. So those would be small windows in between the upper and lower cabinets.
I see. Okay. I see, and then the bigger one is at the sink.
Should we see that in this section?
And then I don't know if Tim, do you think you can give like a very brief, like 1 or 2 minute quick summary of the issues you've addressed with regard to the riparian corridor and or wetlands that are present on the site?
I can go through the LCP sections and what's been done to address it all, and that's covered in the staff report, I believe.
Okay.
If you're speaking to the new issue that popped up a couple of days ago, Camille can probably better explain that.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
But I know that Rod in his design, specifically spent a lot of time to curve this house out of the riparian habitat, to make it smaller, to make it fit within the guidelines, and to do as much as possible to, on top of that, keep it at or below the development intensity of the neighborhood so that it's subdued.
Actually, Glenn's a project planner. I can help him out if he needs to. But if you can
Oh, I'm
scroll
sorry.
if you can scroll to the site plan, and then Glenn can describe the setbacks.
Okay, so I will describe those issues briefly. So regarding the riparian setback, according to the plant stat and the land survey, the biologists work together on the delineation of a 30-foot riparian setback, a riparian buffer zone. And now the proposed home will be mostly constructed within will be constructed mostly outside the 30-foot buffer area, except the cantilevering deck, as you can see on the plan. And so according to the biological report, the project will unlikely result in any impacts on the riparian vegetation. So that's regarding the riparian setback. So after reviewing the professional reports, and according to those professional reports, it's unlikely that the project will trigger any negative impacts. And regarding, so the second issue is the appeal jurisdiction. So we got information from a biologist and a land surveyor. They work together to identify the topo bank of the adjacent water course. And they found that the parcel is more than 100 feet from the topo bank. And no portion of the parcel is within the appeal jurisdiction. So for this reason, staff concluded that the project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. And the last thing, Camille may want to add more to this. That's regarding the wetland. We received public comments on. We received public comment from one of the neighbors or interested parties saying that the lower area of the parcel may be considered as a wetland. So we received some confirmation analysis from the biologist. The project biologist doesn't believe it's a wetland. And so our position is that we don't see a wetland according to,
Well, we don't know yet.
yeah, we don't know yet.
So,
And
so I can fill in a little bit. So so we've identified a riparian corridor associated with a creek. And so as Glenn explained, we're the top of the bank is 100 feet, more than 100 feet away from this parcel. But Lenny Roberts in her comment letter brought up the fact that the biologist report did not discuss the presence of a wetland. So we've been working with the biologist. There's two things per the LCP that make a wetland. It's the presence of hydric soils and the basically the presence of wetland of plants normally found in a wetland. So Lenny Roberts said that arroyo willow could be one of those plants. And then the biologist responded back that with regard that basically the arroyo willow isn't a specific wetland plant, but he didn't address the hydric soils part of it. So as it was described in the agenda, there's going to be a neg deck on this, and then it's going to a staff level decision. So before the negative declaration goes out, we will get clarity on whether there is presence of a wetland. I have to say that there aren't any mapped wetlands in this area, just a riparian corridor. So
Okay,
yeah,
that's super helpful. Thank you.
One quick question about the neg deck. Previously, we've been asked to review those in advance of the hearings. Since this is something that's still in process based on more recent development, how would that be impacted by any kind of recommendations that could be made?
So if there is so basically with any modification of a project that's been reviewed by the CDRC, there's minor mods and major mods. If it turns out like the wetland's far enough away, if there is a wetland and it doesn't result in any modification to the structure, or if or say the other route where there is some presence of a wetland found and the setback needs to be pushed in further and the house is then modified, staff will determine whether it's a minor or major modification needed. If it's major, it'll come back to the city.
Okay. So basically, if something does, it's sort of proceeding at risk, and if something does get any kind of a recommendation for approval today, it might have to come back if there's findings that impact the design.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Okay, per the chair, we're now opening public comment for item number 4. We received two comment letters from the public prior to this meeting.
Thanks for
Oh, I just mute Mark. So I'll receive 2 comment letters prior to this meeting, and I see the commenters, they are present. So I will open public comments, and then please raise your hand. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak on this item. I'll ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I'll lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press *9 to raise and unraise your hand. Pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. Please note that please limit your limit your comment to three minutes, as we have a lot of raised hands today, and we're limited on time. Mr. Matthew Quinn, please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hi, this is Matthew Quinn. I live at 754 San Carlos Avenue, El Granada, so directly opposite the proposed property. And my email address is matthew.quinn@bain.com. So I live in the house on the right there. Yes, that one, correct. Rich Klein, I believe, is also on the phone. He can comment on some of the other notes, but I think the two biggest issues, apart from the riparian zone and the impact of the wildlife, I see is one, if you look on the street and all the houses that are adjacent to it, the 4-foot setback is a significant impact to the actual overall aesthetic of the street. It places, and particularly with it being at 2 floors above ground versus all the other adjacent properties are 1 floor above ground with then a roof, it creates a very, very confronting. So if you just turn around on this photo, it creates a very, very confronting sort of picture versus the houses next to it. So I stood on my front deck the other day, and this property will have significant impacts on my views toward Maverick. And it will also just create a very, very confronting view outside of my house versus Rich Klein's house, which is the house there with the 2 cars. You know, it's a much more set roof. You can see over the horizon versus if you then go to the scale view, the pictures you've shared as the comparison of scale. It is significant. I'd have to guess, but it's 20 feet forward plus a whole level. So yeah, you see it more on the picture above and on the pictures above the superimposed version, because not only is it significantly set forward, but as it is higher and set forward, it has a significant impact to my view, the view of the vacant lot of land next to me, and I'm assuming many of the other neighbors. And I feel that also it has a pretty big impact on the turning circle required to get into that garage. So they'll most likely people have to turn onto my property or onto my driveway to get into there. So I feel like this is a complete disrespect to the community in the way that design has been structured. They're using a small parcel of land and trying to build the biggest possible house. I think I just feel like it's not a very positive project for the community. If you look at, for instance, one of the houses that was built a few years ago, I think 3 doors down, has some of similar features, but it's much more modest. So if you go left, yes, I think it's the one with the 2. It's a much more modest attempt at the same thing. And I think that fits in much better with the aesthetics of the street versus what is being proposed, which I think is unfair, and they're willing to profit on impacting the community by building the largest house they can. That's the end of my comments.
Okay, thank you. And next one is Richard Kling. Please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'm going to lower my hand. Okay. Well, great. So yeah, I want to emphasize what Matthew just said in terms of being the 2 stories. Most of the houses on the downside have.
Sorry, Richard, to interrupt. Please state your name, address, and email address for the record.
Richard Klein. The address is 771 San Carlos Avenue, which would be the neighborhood. And my email address is richk@richk.com.
Thank you very much.
Great. Yeah, so I wanted to echo what Matthew had said. The extra story, most of the houses on our side of the street are just really 1 story. The other side of the street, uphill, there are 2 or 3 stories. And it would, have a significant visual impact. I'm very concerned about the turnaround. It's a dead-end street. Right now, large trucks, fire equipment has a hard time dealing with it. This looks like it would make it even worse. I'm also concerned, and we're right adjacent to the Golden Gate National Recreation Area with all the eucalyptus and everything else. So fire is a concern. Portions of the development also, although most of it is 30 feet away from the arroyo willows, some of them are get within 20 feet. And given the fire department's recommendation of a 30-foot defensible zone, that's questionable. But my main concern has to do, from a design standpoint, with any of the windows in the deck that would be visible to us, because that side of the house is the living room, the kitchen. We've got a deck on the back of the house, so. I'm unclear on this diagram, what this thing is. There's that big square in the lower left-hand side. What is that?
That's a covered porch that's underneath this square footage. This is a little porch with a patio.
Yeah, so I'm not a professional. It's very hard for me to go from this and then figure out what the real impact would be. But all those windows on that side of the building are looking right into our living room and kitchen, I believe, which is, definitely a privacy concern. I think Glenn mentioned that this parcel was 100 feet, more than 100 feet from the bank of the stream. I would ask him to check that, because I'm pretty sure it's much closer than that to the stream banks. My wife, who may be able to speak later, also has a hard time just evaluating it. She's an artist. There seem to be discrepancies in the photos. One of you pointed out one of those discrepancies, but in one of the elevations, it looks like, yeah, go back here. Yeah. So especially on the right, it looks like it's just this sort of level lot, but there's actually that hill really goes down to the right and behind. And to make it as flat as it looks in there would seem like it would require a lot more grading than is kind of mentioned in the declaration. But just in general, the various photographs, which is mostly what we have to go by, don't necessarily quite sync up with each other. The gentleman, when he presented it initially, said it was 4 feet from the property line. I thought it was a 5-foot requirement. I was a little surprised to hear the 4 feet.
Actually, may I just jump in, and Glenn can I'd like to follow up on that also, because what's justifying the reduced front setback?
Yeah, so for this project, the setback, so this is now this meeting is for the design review, and other portion of the project include the variance to reduce the setback.
And what's the hardship that's given as the reason for the reduced front setback? So I should have asked this during clarifying questions.
Yeah, the reasons, I will need to check here just to make sure I have all the information. And my understanding is because of the topography and also the riparian corridor, because they need to avoid that area that only, because of that only gives them a small buildable area. So that's that may be considered as a hardship, but that we haven't made a decision on the variance portion of the project yet.
And is there, I know that garages can be permitted within the front setback if the slope is like more than 1 in 7 or something like that. Is that the case here?
Yeah, if I might interrupt, that is absolutely the case. If the slope is more than 1 in 7 on the front of the lot, then you can move to a 0 setback on the street on the ground floor.
For the garage only.
For
Only
the
the
garage
garage.
only on, and then the variance request is for the second floor to afford him the same type of building that others in the neighborhood would have, given the riparian issues with the property. And I don't know if I can answer to some of the other stuff, but I'd like to.
Well, I don't know if we have other comments, but.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in the
really
interest
short
of
on
time. Yeah, in the interest of time, let's have all the comments come first and then we can respond to them at the end. But just for clarity, let's see, this is the street level floor plan. So right here, there's a variance because this part of the building should be set back. Is it a 20-foot front setback?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have the same thing across this whole front, which is actually a pretty big ask, but I do understand the constraint and the reason for asking for the hardship, but I want to make sure that everybody understands it's not really made clear. The only place that we see that they're mentioning a variance is right here on the site plan, and I think it would have been very helpful to see that clearly identified in these floor plans also, but hopefully that helps answer that question.
Thank you. And what's the, if this information is quickly to hand, Tim, what's the total conditioned floor area being proposed?
I think it's 2,000. I got to go back to the front page.
Oh, here we are. She's gonna.
Where's the area analysis?
It's area
Total
analysis.
area proposed, floor area 3583.
What's the ADU? It's 5,700.
Sorry, what was that?
I was wondering what the ADU size is out of that.
I think it's 500.
So about a 3,000 square foot house, a 500 square foot ADU.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, sorry, digress. Are there other hands raised to speak?
So next hand raised is
795 ADU.
Roberts.
Okay.
The next one, next hand raised is from Lenny Roberts. Please accept this request. Please accept this request. Unmute your microphone. Then begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Lenny Roberts. I'm a legislative advocate for Green Foothills. Used to be Committee for Green Foothills. My home address is 339 La Cuesta Drive, Portola Valley. My email is lenny@greenfoothills.org. And I'm not here specifically to comment on the design. I'm just here to monitor what you are saying about the issues that we've raised in our 2 different communications with planning about the issue of wetlands on the property by prior decisions of the Coastal Commission on dispute resolution that had a similar issue as to whether Arroyo Willow was simply riparian or also wetlands. The Coastal Commission determined that it is obligate wetland, and so it would be the reason for this property to be, or the area within the property to be designated as a wetland as well as a riparian area. So that will change I think that will change the decision process. And there is a process under the Coastal Act that if the county disagrees with our questions, our assertions, we are going to be asking county planning to refer this to the Coastal Commission's executive director for resolution of that dispute. So that's sort of the gist of it. In the prior, the other example that I gave in my letter, there were 3 biologists on behalf of the applicant who said the riparian area was, Arroyo Willow was not wetlands. We hired a consultant, a biologist, well-recognized biologist who disagreed with that, and also the Coastal Commission staff biologist disagreed with that. So I think we do have a very significant issue about the design of the house currently, and whether it can be approved with only a 30-foot setback.
for clarity, what would the setback be if that is determined to be a wetland?
And great, it's, well, it's a 100-foot setback, but it can be reduced to 50 feet.
Okay, and that is
You can see the
here.
50-foot.
Yeah.
The 50-foot setback makes it very difficult.
Yeah, so essentially, if this is a wetland, if that determination happens, then nothing can be built on this parcel, correct?
Well, there's also another process the Coastal Commission can use, and so can the county use, based on the applicant's expectations, economically based expectations at the time that they bought the property, and to see, you know, how large, how that this issue of buildability, ability to develop can be resolved. So there is a process also for that. And I just want to say also that the policies in the LCP were adopted in 1980, including the sensitive habitat policies. And there's been a lot of, I would say, evolution of wetland issues over the years since then, both particularly at the Coastal Commission and how they treat wetland indicators. So I think our LCP is not, you know, it's 40 years old. That's pretty out of date, should be updated. But regardless of that, this dispute resolution process will actually resolve this if the county is unwilling to accept our interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenny.
Thank you, Lenny. Okay, next raise hand is from Mr. Paul McGregor. Paul, I'm going to please accept this request. I'll mute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Paul McGregor, 171 Coronado Avenue, Half Moon Bay, California 94019. Email mackie8@dslextreme.com. Date of birth, just kidding. So I want to voice what I think this project is going, or where it's going to go, based upon what's happened with the property and what he's trying to do. He's done his best to avoid the riparian corridor with the way that he's built the building. He's moved it forward to the street, which is allowed by county policy. So if you have a steeper slope than average, you're allowed to bring the house closer to the street. And the same thing goes with an uphill lot. If it's too steep, you can bring it closer to the street. People were worried about fire turnarounds and stuff like that. If you can go to the street Google elevation, so I can see the end of the street. Usually at the end of the street, the last house that's built, they're the ones that are supposed to supply a fire turnaround down there. So that the gray house down at the end, there should be a fire turnaround down there. Okay, so obviously fire signed off on this at the time when these houses were built, especially that one there, and they were okay with that. Now, for somebody's contention to say that, you know, it's going to block and the fire trucks can't get through, that's wrong. So he's done a great job by bringing the house up the hill to get it away from the wetlands. In an area like this, he would be able to build his house up to 28 feet tall off that street level, and he's chosen not to do so in order to save the neighbor's view shed, which I salute him for that. A lot of constraints with the wetlands. I can understand that, and people are always concerned about it, and so am I. But my hat's off for the design. Last but not least, it's a modest house for the size of the lot. He's gone with less than 50% FAR, which I believe 53 you could get. And again, the wetlands probably stop him from getting that, you know, to the point of it being bigger. The right of way, you know, that's everybody's right of way right there. And then the last but not least, as far as the windows go on the side of the house, maybe some of the windows can be shrunk and transom windows and so forth. But in the bedrooms, you have to remember, you have to have egress. You got to be able to get out in case of fire and so forth. And that's my comments. I support this project and I hope you move it forward. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next raise hand is from Reina Weber. Please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Begin by stating your name, address, and email address for record. Please note that please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Glenn, how many more hands are raised?
I'll say that again, please.
How many more members of the public are waiting to speak?
No, Karina is the last one, but it
Okay.
seems she just got disconnected. Oh, okay. I just allow Reina to speak. Let's see if she's going to accept the request. Maybe she just changed her mind.
Hi,
Okay, hi Reina.
sorry, I'm at the park with my kids, so it might be a little bit noisy, but my name's Raina Weber. I live at 755 San Carlos Avenue. So we're, I guess, the third house down from the project proposed. And my email address is rainaweber@gmail.com. And I just basically wanted to echo what my other neighbors have said, Matthew and Rich. Our house was actually mentioned by Matthew. We, I guess, finished building not quite 4 years ago. And, you know, yeah, that's my house there. For me, I basically share the same concerns that the house just looks at a place on the street, since we went through design review and we tried to, you know, stay within what other houses have done by, you know, having the first level and then one level below. That house that they're proposing just looks massive and out of place. I'm not great with the numbers because my husband dealt mostly with it, but he said like our garage is 10 feet back and then our front door is 20 feet back in the setback. And I think I caught the numbers that the house that's being proposed is like over 3,000 square feet. Like our total house is 2,400 square feet. And the house next to us that just sold last May to Jessica Rosenberg, who she did have her hand up but had to step out. Their house, I think, is like 2,500 or 2,600 square feet. And she just wanted to note that she had the same concerns as well, that it just kind of seems out of place. The one concern that I have is that our street is already like pretty small and narrow and we don't have a lot of traffic. So that when even, you know, emergency vehicles come up or delivery vehicles, it's already hard for them to turn around in the cul-de-sac. And with the house being there at the very end, basically right on the street, kind of what Matthew said, that it's gonna make it's gonna cause traffic problems and people are gonna have to use other people's driveways to turn around. And it might be a concern if like there's an emergency and a fire truck has to come up or an ambulance or something. Another thing that I noticed on the plan, sorry, again, I'm at the park, so it's hard for me to see everything, is that the parking space on the side of the house, that seems kind of concerning to me because it seems like it's going, like if there is another future house, which I don't know if there could possibly be because of the riparian, that it seems weird to have like a parking space right there at the side of the house if there's ever going to be a house in the future. And I think those are kind of my points. And I think I just share, you know, the same thoughts of all my neighbors on the street, that it just doesn't seem like it fits into like the other houses.
I have a question related to Raina's comments, and perhaps Glenn, you can address that. What has been the input from Coastside Fire? Because my understanding also is that a dead end exceeding 150 feet does require a turnaround. And obviously I know that there's houses that are already there that are past that. However, that doesn't mean that a new house that's proposed can just disregard those guidelines. Has that been reviewed with Coastside Fire?
Yeah, Coastside Fire has reviewed the plan set and they approved it in February this year with conditions.
Were any of the conditions related to the fire truck turnaround? I mean,
Yes, honey.
I'm extra familiar with this because I had to deal with that in building my home. So I know that even though there's other houses there that, you know, already don't have a fire truck turnaround, it's new construction that has to be held to the current standards. So I was curious if that has been reviewed or if there's mitigating measures that have been discussed.
They sign up, they sign up the project in our system, but I don't see any conditions. Even they said they approve with conditions. So I'm going to look into it, and I will circle back with the committee
Okay.
later.
Okay.
Okay, so I've called upon all the raised hands for this item. The chair, please indicate if you like to close public comment.
Doug, are you there?
You're muted.
Yeah,
was
sorry.
muted about that. Yeah, let's
Oh.
close public comment, and we're gonna go ahead and go to committee comments.
Can I respond to some of the public comments?
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have time. I think that there's a likelihood that this is going to be an ongoing discussion. And I think that I know that defending the position for the design is really helpful, and it's hard to not speak to that, but we've only got 4 minutes left and the committee hasn't even been able to discuss the project yet.
Well, it started 7 minutes late, and give me 1 minute, okay? 1 minute?
No, I'm sorry. You just
Okay.
made a request and we're given an answer, so I don't think you can.
Well, I think
run
that-
over
I
Katie
think-
like that.
I think in fairness, though, we should focus on the architecture of the building here for at least the remainder of this meeting.
Yeah,
We know the riparian's there, and I think it's really outside of our control at this point.
Yeah, whatever impact
This
happens
committee.
with the riparian or with fire, both of those will end up being something that potentially ends up, you know, being a major modification and comes back. So I think, you know, let's try to discuss the design to give some feedback at this point.
Correct.
Okay, well, since I'm already talking, I'll jump in if that's all right with both of you.
Yeah.
So I wanted to speak to the variance a little bit. You know, responding to the concerns about blocking views, I'm definitely, you know, I empathize with the neighbors who have, you know, concerns about that. And I think that having the house be forward does further that impact. The garage is allowed to do so based on the current zoning. So the variance is really what I wanted to speak to more. So what we're seeing here is the front setback variance requested. And it's, you know, sort of looks like it stops here because this part's not a variance, but I have a hard time supporting the variance on the second floor specifically. The second floor, you know, we have lots of projects where people want to build a second floor and the community has a problem. They're concerned about views. And if we're allowed to build a second floor, you're allowed to build a second floor and there's a maximum height and that's allowed by the zoning. However, in this instance, the second floor already obviously would impact views, but having it be front loaded with a variance across the entire front of the second story, I think is a really big ask. And I think that that's much harder for me to support given what I'm hearing from the community about the different massing and how it's going to impact the feel of the street. So that's my big picture concern that I wanted to share because I think there's going to be other impacts to the project. So I just wanted to have an opportunity to discuss that. And then again, like I mentioned, from a fire perspective, I'm not sure how this project would be approved without a fire truck turnaround of some kind. And I know they have a few configurations that are permissible, but I don't see any of that proposed in this project scope. So I do want to hear that the planners will circle back and verify whether or not that would be required for the project. Oh, and then this probably goes without saying, but I think that there's a lot of improvement that could happen with just a more cohesive approach to the windows. And, you know, maybe distributing the material of the building a little bit more around the outside and not having the front only, you know, be the only front corner that has this sort of color.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said, Katie. I think it's, I'm glad we clarified with Tim at the beginning that there is some of that gray color on the front. I think the front facade is much more successful with the, with the two-tone. But if you look at this, actually stay right where you were. Thank you. this makes it look like totally one treatment on the front and totally another treatment on the back. So having some of the gray on the front helps it a lot. I think some of the other tone, the wood tone or red tone, needs to come through to the back as well. I strongly agree with what you said about the windows. On the rear facade, the windows are a little more cohesive, but there's a lot of glazing there, which I think is something that should also be looked at. And I did recently have a project that had this same fixed window over awning configuration, and we got it, that was rejected by the building department because of the openings that close to grade being a fall hazard. But that's just a building issue, not a planning issue. Yeah, I was surprised, but same as like the 4-inch rule on pickets, they said we would have to restrain them to opening less than 4 inches if we wanted to have openings that low. But I do think that there's a lot of different window shapes and sizes in here. If you look at that schedule of window types on page 10 there, yeah, that sort of says it all. I think you said exactly what I would want to say about the variance as well. It's a view is not a protected right. A second story is permitted and a second story is permissible. But when it's choked up forward to the street like that, it is going to have more impact on neighbors, and that is, that's all within the variance. I think given the size of the house and the fact that there's a second unit being built, I find it hard to support the argument that it's a hardship that you can't have the same amount of house as other neighbors in the community when there's a lot of houses that are smaller and single family. So I think those are the primary issues. I hear that there's a lot of question about riparian corridor versus wetland that needs to shake out. When I first looked at this, I was really impressed with the way the building is carved in the back to try to respect the riparian corridor. I think that that's a great approach. But looking at the front facade, I felt like it looked like San Francisco to me. It looked very urban and very bulky towards the face. I'm gonna stop so Doug has a chance to talk.
Yeah, I think there's some room for definite compromise on the front setback. With the hardship of the riparian. The windows specifically on the, I guess, left elevation, with the privacy concerns of the neighbor there, I can see that, but a lot of those windows, I think, would be, once cleaned up, could be adjusted. There's only a few, I think, that are giving privacy issues there. They're all pretty high transom type windows. And the fire turnaround, I don't know how the last house got away with it, but mentioned like Paul mentioned, but I guess that the agencies can shake that out. And that's pretty much what I have.
All right. Well, I think there's definitely massing changes that I think the committee would like to see happen. It sounds like at least 2 out of 3 of the members have concerns about the variance and don't feel supportive of that, particularly on the second floor. I know we're also out of time for the agenda item today, and it sounds like there's some work that needs to happen behind the scenes or is continuing to happen that Lenny is working on. And obviously that is outside of our purview, but I think we are obviously not in a position to be able to move this project forward today during this hearing. But I wanted to ask Tim, what would be the most helpful feedback from us at this point, given all of these different moving parts?
Well, I would like to see some kind of recommendation for a compromise on the front setback. Obviously, we need to keep out of the delineated riparian that we've already got going. But to completely make us move everything back to 20 feet, that pretty much destroys the house. And there are sections in the LCP which allow this project to be moved onto a lot where it's buildable and in the same conformance level or the same size as other houses in the neighborhood. Now the ADU, this house is a 2,200 square foot house.
Tim, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. I want to know what's the most helpful feedback from us because we're already 4 minutes over.
Okay, all right. The helpful feedback would be to find a compromise on the top floor there and on that entry that people could live with. We have neighbors saying that, you know, this is too close to the street when they built their front yards way out into the right of way. If you look across the street, the neighbor across the street has 15 feet of county property in his front yard with a fence.
Okay,
And he's,
I'm gonna
so
try
I'm
to.
saying that what I'd like to do is move that top, if you could give some compromise on what you're describing as the massive face of this house in the front and tell us,
Okay.
you know,
I think I feel prepared to do that. And I don't know if the committee all feels the same way about it. Obviously, there's no problem with the garage being where it is. That's completely permissible because of the grade. I think that, you know, the second floor feels to me like it should be stepped back. I don't know if I'm going to put a number on it. I could see supporting a variance that doesn't step it all the way back to 20 feet. I could see supporting a variance that steps it back to 14 or 16 feet. But I think that is the kind of general zone that I would think it should land in, and that at the first floor, you know, I think there's room for it to come closer to as far forward as the garage comes. But it does feel like there's a lot of concern from the neighbors about it feeling really tight up to the street. I think the house, house the woman called from the park a few doors down is a nice example of how a second floor steps back, even though the first floor is there within the setback. I don't know, Katie and Doug, if you feel similarly.
Well, we could bring the garage all the way forward to the property line, and that would give the house the step back look. I mean,
I don't
if we
think
had,
I don't think that is really.
That's not where the problem is going to be.
Yeah.
well, the articulation of the facade would be better.
So
but I'm
Tim,
just
I'm
saying,
gonna
I mean,
try
The
to
facade is
squeeze,
articulated. That's not the issue.
I'm gonna try to squeeze in a little bit more feedback for you to digest.
Yeah.
So I think if this were me and I were approaching the design of this project, I think that what is going to be, I think that the big picture issue that I see is that we're trying to obviously cram a heck of a lot of house into a lot of site constraints and also making a big ask on the variance. So I think that a split level design that steps down the hillside more would be more appropriate and probably would have a slightly, you know, the aesthetic at the front might be more similar to Raina's house a few doors down. I think there's a lot of generous square footage on this first floor that is not being well utilized. On the second floor, you've got three bedrooms and a deck. There's a lot, you know, and I think that ideally, yes, it'd be great to build that much house, but you know, trying to do all of that with a big variance is just, I think, asking a lot. And I think that trying to get a 3-bedroom house with a really large entry floor plan and then also an ADU below is just 10 pounds of stuff in a 2-pound bag. And I think that that needs to be reevaluated. And I think that if you do some kind of like a split level that steps down the hillside more, that would be one way to accomplish that so that it wouldn't be quite so tall. And I do think that, you know, the variance needs to be, I would probably try to keep the variance only at the front, at the first floor, where it's not going to be impacting other people's views, because asking for a variance that impacts other people is a pretty big deal. So that would be my big picture comment. Maybe Doug can take 2 minutes and throw in a couple more suggestions, and then I think we're going to have to switch to the next project.
Yeah, well, as stated, I'm open to compromise on the variance. I would like to see what impacts it is to the view up the hill. I was on the site today and it's tough to see from down low. And also, I think fairness to the applicant, the next time that they come through, we got a lot more time. We'll focus solely on what's in our purview. Because really, I think that Tim kind of got shorted here.
Yeah, I agree. There wasn't enough time for us to really be able to discuss the architecture. So I think if we do identify that there's going to be a project that we know is going to have a lot of public comment, we probably need to allocate more time.
Well, it's such a tricky issue because of course we all want the public to be heard, and I think the issues that were brought forward are really important, but there's a lot of issues on this site that are outside of our purview. And so I think a lot of time got taken up on things that we actually have no control over.
Agree.
Glenn speaking, and just circle back on the Coastside Fire District's comment. I just sent it in the chat box. I read their comments. They mentioned nothing about fire turnaround or any roadway improvements.
Right, I want you to actually reach out to them and ask about that though, because the preliminary reviews that they do on projects are sometimes not very thorough. And this could be something that comes up later in the process, which would be a much bigger impact to the applicant at that point.
Okay, yeah, I will ask them to really take another look at the application and see if they will have any additional comments regarding the fire turnaround.
Okay, great. All right, so unfortunately, Tim, I think the only choice at this point is going to be a continuance.
Can we, I mean, is there any, I'd hate to see Tim come back with, you know, we have this variance in the front that he's asking for, and we're talking about a well, two of us are talking about a compromise. And I would like to at least have him leave here with some sort of guidance on what we're thinking there.
Well, I think that the big picture guidance on reducing the ask of the variance, and it's up to him how much, you know, risk he wants to take with that and whether or not it's going to be approved and or appealed. I think that the recommendations on cleaning up the windows on the side of the house and more cohesive distribution of the exterior materials were all, you know, we can capture all of these big picture suggestions in the continuance letter. And then, you know, ultimately he could still choose to come back with the same design if he wants to, because it's a variance and he can decide if he wants to proceed at risk with that. But I think hearing feedback from the community and the committee, it might impact what he decides to do.
Yeah.
Does it sound good, Tim? We'll capture those big picture suggestions, and then, you know, the ball will be in your court to decide how you want to move forward.
Excuse me?
Does that sound good, that we'll capture these big picture, the big picture feedback? Okay.
So
great.
just to do a little house cleaning here before we shut it down. So we're gonna just clean up windows, right? In general.
Right.
The front variance / setback should be looked at.
Right.
I would say consider a split level design that steps down the hillside.
Okay. And then we also have the breaking up some of that color in the front, correct?
Yeah, or at least, you know, distributing it more consistently around the entire building.
Sorry, I'm taking notes here.
And we'll help you with the letter as well, obviously.
Yeah, I lean heavy on those PDF notes, you know? Okay. Okay, so I think, Tim, this is where we give you the option for a continuance.
We'll move for a continuance, please.
Okay. There's no vote or nothing, right, on the continuance?
Right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Have a pleasant evening.
Yeah.
You too. Oh my God.
Can we take two here before the next one?
If
Or
it's
do you guys
urgent,
want to
yes,
speak?
but I know Rebecca's got a hard stop.
All right,
at 6.
let's go. Let's do it.
We can, I mean, we can take two if you need a quick break.
No, it's okay. We can go ahead and plow through. Okay.
Thank you.
So, yeah, no problem. Item number 5 for the agenda here is owner Bahram Abu Maliki. Sorry about that. Applicant is Jen Jacinto. File number is PLN 2017002996. Location is 1120 Columbus Street, El Granada. Assessor parcel number is 047275050. Consideration of a design review recommendation to allow a major modification to a 2,428 square foot new residence on a 6,026 square foot legal parcel. Recommended for approval by the CDRC on February 8, 2018, and approved with the associated staff level grading permit by Planning Department on March 2nd, 2018. The proposed modification addresses project changes made during construction, including increasing the rear yard ground elevation by 4 to 6 feet, involving an additional 95 cubic yards of grading, 30 cubic yards of cut, and 65 cubic yards of fill, and modifications to the second-story balcony and first-floor deck, garage and entry doors, stone siding, railings, exterior staircase, and landscape plan, among other changes. Due to the associated staff level grading compliance with design review standards. I lost my way here. Hold on a second here. Okay, staff will make a decision on staff level grading permit amendments after August 11, 2022. The project is not appealable to California Coastal Commission. The project is being scheduled for continued consideration from September 9, 2021 meeting. Application deemed complete June 30th, 2022. Project planner, Summer Burleson. Okay, we have the committee architects, Rebecca Katkin and Katie Kostick.
Hi.
My name is Doug Machado. I am the El Granada neighborhood rep. Would you like to present the project, or at least the changes?
Yeah, I'd like to specifically ask that the applicant go through the previous requirements and tell us how each one was addressed, because this is, I think, the 6th or 7th CDRC meeting for this one.
Yeah, I was gonna have a lot of questions because the plan, I wasn't sure about the plans. Is there someone to present the project?
Is Jen here?
Yeah. Oh, hi.
Oh,
Hi,
yeah.
Summer.
Hi. Do you want to, I don't know if you have the plan set, I can show it. If you have it and want to just walk through.
Yeah, I have it.
Comment letter
I have
and
it.
responses.
Sharing the comment letter would be helpful. Even if Summer, if you wanted to email that to Rebecca and Doug and myself, that would be great.
Sure.
Jen, do you want to start walking us through the changes?
Well, based on the October 18, 2021 comments, the first one is to revise the landscape plan to include terracing and shrubs in the backyard area, and to add retaining walls to the backyard area, as well as shrubs to the sides. So we've added that.
Do you have any photos to share with us of what work has been done?
Oh, no work has been done. It's just been added on the plans. We're not allowed to do any kind of work until we've been approved, right?
Okay, yeah, it's just that some of these are called as-built, so that's why I wanted to make sure that we understood what has been done and is the existing condition versus what is being proposed and would be confirmed with the final inspections.
Yeah, are the photos the current situation at the house? Are these current?
The last ones that I sent to Summer, is that the one they're looking at? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is the current. Okay, got it.
Okay, and then the next one, item number B, is in regards to the slope in the backyard. I have our engineer, our civil engineer, Virgil, on here to elaborate on that. Virgil, are you there? Hello?
I don't think Virgil is there.
He is in the attendees. Glenn, I'm not sure if he needs to be moved over. Maybe it's Virgil.
Okay, I just did.
We also have Chris Ruffett, our architect. Also, maybe he's on the attendee.
Okay, I have the name again.
Chris Ruffett.
And in the meantime, Katie and Rebecca, I just emailed you the last CDRC letter. Sorry, I don't have anybody else's emails. Who else I might need to send that to?
I have yours. Let me send you a quick email so you can just ping me back.
Okay. I think Virgil, can you unmute?
Hello, can anybody hear me? This is Chris Rufat. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. There's quite a lot of feedback though.
How about now?
Yeah, there's still feedback.
How about now?
Still feedback.
Okay, how about now?
That's better.
Okay, I'm having for whatever reason, I can't get video access. I only see Summer Burleson.
Nobody is sharing their screen yet.
Got it. So you can hear me okay? Okay, check. Thank you.
All right, if someone could keep walking us through the changes that have been made, that would be great. We're on a bit of a time crunch today.
Okay, so can we speak about the architecture?
Sure.
Okay, so in review of the plan revisions, the requested items, which are A through F, I can only address items C through F. So I could start off with the item with regarding to the exterior stairs on the right side of the house. The owner has, well, on the drawings, we have noted that the stairs are noted to be removed. We are asking that the deck is to remain where the electric meter location is next to the garage only. So the drawings do reflect that change. So hopefully that is what was requested on that revision. The other item is to clarify the function of the gas meter box, which we have noted on the site plan sheet. So it's my hope that that was addressed satisfactorily. So that would be sheet A1.
I have a question about that. So I see provide 4-inch steel bollard concrete filled. That's in front of the gas meter, and then gas meter with shut off wood alcove with concrete pad as required.
That's correct.
Is there any graphic to show us what this is going to look like?
You did not request a drawing from us at their last hearing. You just asked us to note it.
Do you want to tell us what it's going to look like?
Well,
it's right at the front of the house, so obviously it's a very visible. You know, we want to make sure that it's fitting with the neighborhood and with the project.
Well, currently there's some wood, and I'm trying to go back, and it's been a while since I've been out at the site. I don't know what's there currently. However, the goal was to have that enclosed with the same material that's currently going to the property line left to right from the stair access path to the fence line.
Does anybody have photos of that? I don't see.
I don't think there's currently fencing. I can share the photo. This is the best.
I mean,
I think it looks like there's a post. I don't know if you can see the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't, it looks like there's a post here and then maybe that's for fencing along this drop.
There will be a fence there is
Right.
what my understanding is. And right now, there's no fence along the left-hand property line. So that would butt up against the property line. At least that's what the intent is on the drawings based on the note that was provided.
Okay, well, let's keep going.
Okay, all right, so what's the other item here? Let me just, okay. So E, coordinate the railing. So we were asked to coordinate the main deck railing, which is a glass railing system, to coincide with the railing system on the lower master bedroom deck. So we noted that to be a matching glass railing as well. We were giving some flexibility. We were given some flexibility to provide for wood railings that would match the front entrance and the side deck along the electric meter to coincide with the railings along the existing retaining walls. We have shown them on the left and right retaining walls as they descend down the hill to have matching wood rails to match in essence, the front entrance walkway and the side utility deck. So that was our response to comment number E.
Okay, so am I correct in understanding that the existing wood deck that has been built at the lower level and is not shown in our demonstration of scale photos is going to be removed and replaced with glass?
That is, yes, that's what we're noting on our elevation, on our rear elevation as-built.
Right. That's part of the reason there's a little bit of confusion, because we are having a mix of as-built and what you're planning to do.
Right. Well, that's why I put a cloud on the rear elevation as-built.
Okay, so that's going to be glass at the bottom.
That's correct. To match the main level deck.
Okay, great.
And then the two side retaining wall guardrails are going to match the front entrance walkway wood rails. So all those will be reading as integral in essence, or matching, if you will. Last item is item F, and that had to do with electrical plates that were currently existing on the rear and front. And those are noted, and I believe they have been removed as far as my understanding. So those are noted as to be removed.
Okay, I know the one at the rear has not been removed yet, but as long as all of this is captured with the planning final inspections.
Okay.
I do have another question while you're on that sheet. The proposed as-built shows stone above the garage door still. That is going to still be added and is not installed yet, correct?
That is, yes. The intent is to add that, and we have noted it on the elevation.
Okay, great.
Let me see. I think that terminates our architectural responses.
Okay, does the committee have any clarifying questions?
So are the stairs staying on the left side, or are they removed?
They are to be removed.
On the right side, right?
On the right side,
I'm
yes.
sorry, on the right side, yeah.
And then we will be basically providing for on-grade stairs along the left-hand side.
Okay.
Along the fence line. And that should be reflected on the landscape and civil plans. Yeah, we worked kind of long, and we were really trying to find a good solution to the site access. And so there was a lot of back and forth as to what to do along the side and rear property lines. And you know, hopefully we've addressed it satisfactorily to the commission, because you know, we were kind of we had a lot of back and forth trying to figure out the best solution. So hopefully we've addressed it to to the satisfaction of everybody. At least that's our goal and our wish.
And then if the rear, we're seeing 3 large terraces, is that correct? I'm looking at the sheet IR 1.0. Can you just speak a little bit about here? I can share again the strategy at the rear.
Unfortunately, the landscape architect is not present. However, the terracing is planned along the backside, is reflected on the well, it kind of starts off with the civil drawing, with that sheet C1. So
let's see.
It's at the end.
At
It's
the
at the
end,
end,
yes.
okay.
And you can also see a side profile of the intent for that area as well. So we were requested to rethink that entire rear area as it coincides with the property next door on the left. So that was what we felt would be the best solution to minimize that the topography along the back of the house.
Okay, so there's this one new retaining wall. This is a new retaining wall being proposed here.
Correct.
Okay.
What sheet is that?
C1 at the very end, I guess.
Okay.
So that way, that area will be at least somewhat usable, in that it's not really designed to be a full service backyard. However, a portion of it will. And by implementing the side property line stair along the left-hand side, at least we can provide some access to that area. The side along the right-hand side is more gradual, so people can, that was just kind of left as is. But most of the access way, if you will, is going to be along the left hand. So that's pretty much it in terms of our proposal. So if you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to ask or answer them.
I don't have any questions.
I don't either.
Doug, do you have any?
Excuse me. No, I'm good. We can go ahead and open public comment.
Okay. So for chair, I'm opening up. We're now opening public comment for item number 5. The public correspondence for this project received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the meeting page on the county planning website and forwarded to the CDRC. I'll read public comment from whom are not present in this meeting. So Mr. Abel, a neighbor, is concerned with the erosion control and grading on the project side. I will ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item.
Glenn, before you continue, I just wanted to clarify that Mr. Abel, it sounds like he feels that the proposed changes were an improvement. So he had previously expressed concerns that the construction grading could lead to erosion. And he says, we appreciate the recent efforts of the project owner to revise their plans for restoring the contours of the adjacent vacant parcel to its original condition and for the drainage and landscaping modifications. Though we are not experts in grading and erosion control, we are hopeful these new plans will work. But it sounds like that actually is resolving their concern. They don't still have concerns.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for adding.
Sure.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll ask those members of the public who wish to comment to click the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. I'll lower your hand after you speak. Those joining by telephone can press star 9 to raise and unraise your hand. Press star 6 will mute or unmute your microphone once you're given permission to speak. I see Chris Ruffett.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I raised my hand. I'll lower it. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, I just lowered your hand.
I apologize.
Mike Noss. Sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Please accept this request, unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, Mike Noche, live at 735 Francisco. Emails mnoche87@gmail. So we live directly below the project. I just wanted to mention that we definitely appreciate the updates on the grading in the rear. I think the last time this went to the committee, I think it included up to 200 yards of material that were potentially going to go onto the site, which we had concerns with. So I can appreciate that that's now been downgraded to what looks like, or my interpretation, 65 yards, and then 30 yards looks like being cut out, essentially. I think the part, if the committee is open to asking the applicant, it would be great to know if, you know, they're probably not required to do any mediation on the parcel that ends in 060 next door. But I know they excavated part of that property, but it would be great to hear if there's any plans on what the exact plans are for returning that. It looks like there's like grading levels here, but I'm assuming they're not required to do any drainage there, even though they've, I don't know, compromised is the right word, but they've definitely disrupted what was there before. And we did have a tree fall on one of the two lots this past winter. So there's just a concern that we just like some more details on, but overall, I'll try to wrap up here because I know you guys are close to time, but overall, I apologize. Appreciate those changes. And then, yeah, just wanted to get clarification on the yard next door, just because that is also above our property, and being it was used for the construction of this property. And I think I'll leave it at that. I know there's one other point I wanted to make, but and I know it was mentioned that the photo isn't necessarily current, so I know there's been some, like, we don't necessarily have an issue with the rear deck, but it would just be nice to see actual current photos being produced. It seems to be kind of one thing after another with this project, and I think overall we would just like to see it get completed in the near future. Thanks. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
I've got that current photo pulled up right now. This is the existing as-built condition.
Okay, thank you, Katie. And now the last hand raise is from Alec Hogg. Alec, please accept this request. Unmute your microphone and begin speaking. Please begin by stating your name, address, and email address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Alec Hogg. I am, my mother lives in the house behind this house, right beside Mike Noche and his wife. And I live across the highway at 462 Alameda Avenue, Half Moon Bay, California. And my email address is alec.hogg, HOGG.jr@gmail.com. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. I have 3 comments or questions, and I'm not sure if it's not the, I listened to your previous applicant, so if it's not the appropriate forum, meaning the design review board versus somebody else, then you can tell me that, and that's okay. But because I know you have limited time. My 3 comments or questions are, well, actually one comment is, I will say, like Mike, we appreciate the changes in the design for the backyard, because when we looked at that before, and many of the neighbors had voiced the same opinion, was that there was a lot of soil going in there. It seemed like they were building up flat areas on a hill that was could have been dangerous, and the drawings really didn't reflect any details to say otherwise. So the new design looks a lot more appropriate for the area. So we appreciate that. The couple of questions and clarifications I have are, one, is that when I look at the drawings, that they added a fence at the end of the lower end of the property. And the drawings state that the fence was built to the property line as based on the deed. That property is an interesting property, or all the properties along there, because there's a sewer district easement. And it looks like the new owner put the fence across the sewer easement. So my question would be, is this allowed, or, and is that really accurate? And I can't find an answer to that in terms of the any kind of survey or otherwise. I'll make my 3 comments and then let you guys respond or not respond as you feel fit. 2 is, I don't really see any specifications for lights in the backyard. I think this is really a design element. So I don't know what their plans are. And it would request that if we do have design standards for that, that they're called out in some way, that, so that there's not a excessive ambient light, because those properties are right above the properties down on Francisco. So everything there is seen and heard from the people behind that, the adjoining properties. And then the last question I have is, I don't see in the drawing specifications on the plants. I believe in the first set of drawings that were submitted prior to the previous review. I know there have been a few reviews, I think, but the last review, they had plants, and some of them were non-native and things like eucalyptus and otherwise. So I don't know what they're planning in terms of the actual plants. I didn't see that in the drawings, but I might be off. So those are my 3 items.
Are you able to see the screen by chance, Alec?
Yes, I'm looking.
Okay, so this last sheet of the set, I see this 6-foot sewer easement that you're, excuse me, that you're referring to. And then I see right here a new wood fence and retaining wall, which appears to be outside of the property line. Is that the location of the fence, or is there a different fence that's been built?
That's where they put the fence, correct?
So they built the fence on your mom's property line?
Well, I don't know, because it's in the easement. And so because we didn't have a survey done there, I don't
Yeah, well,
know.
this is a survey.
Yeah.